Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody's had a great day. Happy Friday. We finally fucking made it. Holy shit. Aylin, it's good to see ya. How you doing? How are the things? We got a little bit of news. And we got one video. And then after that, we're just going to get right back into Bayonetta. That's what we're going to do. So how you doing, Aylin? How are the things? Ooh, excuse me. Playing hooky. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, well. Might as well just get into the news. Couple of things popped up today. Electronic Arts plans to go private with a $50 billion deal. Electronic Arts is reportedly on the verge of a $50 billion buyout that would take the company private. Video game giant has been publicly traded for decades, debuting on the stock market all the way back in 1990, and has since grown into one of the most recognizable names in the gaming industry. Now, things could be changing for EA with a potentially record-breaking deal on the horizon. So far, the year has offered a mix of ups and downs for the publisher. While the revamped Skate has largely faltered among fans, the company had a massive hit on its hands with Split Fiction. There's more yet to come as Battlefield 6's open beta drew over 500,000 concurrent players on Steam, more than any Call of Duty game to date. As big as Battlefield is looking, though, it may not be the biggest news for EA depending on how its reported sale plays out. According to a report from the Wall Street Journal, people familiar with the matter have said that a group of investors is preparing to for a roughly $50 billion buyout of EA. While EA lost $6 billion in shareholder value at the start of the year after some underperforming titles in 2024, its market value currently sits around the $43 billion mark. However, according to Wall Street Journal sources, price discussions are still ongoing, and a figure closer to $50 billion is not out of the question. That would solidify the deal as the largest leveraged buyout in history, not just within the gaming industry, and the sale would also take the company private after years of being open to the public trading on the stock market, which is actually fucking huge. The investors reportedly include private equity firm Silver Lake Technology Management and Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund. It wouldn't be the first time the country invested in video game business. In 2023, Saudi Arabia became Nintendo's largest investor after the Public Investment Fund bought over 8% of the company. However, leveraged deals like this EA buyout are relatively rare today, with most large purchases either taking the form of a conventional acquisition or buying up shares of a public company. It's unclear for now when the deal might go through, as well as what the final terms will be. How this will shape EA's future is likewise uncertain. Historic as the buyout would be, though, it likely wouldn't break the record for largest video game deal overall. Microsoft paid $68.7 billion to acquire Activision Blizzard in a move that drew so much scrutiny from lawmakers. Regardless of how the EA purchase turns out, though, it is a big moment for the company and gaming as a whole. So they're going back to being a private gaming company if they get bought out, which is insane. Because, let me do the math here. They hit the stock market in 1990. I was 4 in 1990. So they've literally been a publicly traded company for 5 years less than I've been alive. That's huge. And EA has been a massive, massive, massive company. I mean, let's face it. Regardless of whether, you're like me and hated EA for quite a while because of all the crap that they were doing, or you loved everything that they're doing and they have been doing, that's big. That's big. My question, though, is what the hell is going to happen? Let's say they get bought out. what's going to happen, right? Because let's face it, when you have other countries come in and you have them buy out a company, the problem that you can sometimes run into is, well, we don't want you producing stuff that could take place in our thing if it makes us look like the bad guys. Right? So yeah, any more games that have to deal with any sort of warfare in the Middle East, probably gone. But again, it's not just the Middle East either, right? If China did this, they'd be like, yeah, no, we're there's no way in hell we're ever going to be the bad guy of a video game anymore from your published library. Right? So, I mean, it's nothing new. I'm not just singling out one area of the world. It literally, there are other entities in the world that would do the exact same thing. So that's kind of a really big push. And my question is, aside from obviously somebody getting $50 billion, or a bunch of people splitting $50 billion, what are the benefits? Because I think one of the biggest reasons why EA has been able to hang on for so long is because they've been a publicly traded company, right? There were multiple Battlefield installments that were absolute crap. There were quite a few years where literally everything that EA put out was crap. Mass Effect Andromeda, anyone? Right? So, like, and they've put out a lot of crap over the last, say, 10, 15 years. But honestly, I think the company being a publicly traded company is what kept them going. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that you had investors constantly pumping money into new ideas, and even if those ideas didn't necessarily land the way that they wanted to, I mean, something's better than nothing, right? So, I don't know. That one's kind of a weird one to me. But here's another really, really weird one. Costco comments on Xbox consoles removal. Costco has confirmed that it will no longer be carrying Xbox consoles, describing the move as a business decision. While some outlets are reportedly still stocking current generation Xbox systems as of this writing, all are already in the process of clearing out existing inventory. The Washington-based retail giant stopped selling Xbox consoles online in late September of this year. The entire Xbox section of the Costco website has disappeared as part of the move, which happened without any fanfare. In a statement to the LA Times Studios programming director, Destin Legari, via The Gamer, a Costco spokesperson confirmed the Xbox hardware clear-out. The move was characterized as a business decision, with the rep clarifying that there are no plans to carry Xbox consoles moving forward. The spokesperson added that Costco is currently offering both PlayStation and Switch products, suggesting the company considers them sufficient for its gaming inventory. The decision to draw Microsoft's gaming hardware is not exclusive to the retailer's stateside branch. Recent consumer reports suggest Costco New Zealand is also in the process of aggressively clearing out its Xbox inventory, with discounts reaching up to 50%. The Series X and S can also no longer be found on Costco UK's website. The retailer operates in 11 other countries, all of which appear to be in the process of clearing out their Xbox inventory as of late September of this year. Costco's inventory clear-out materialized within days of Microsoft announcing the second Xbox Series X and S price hike in 5 months. The move, set to go into effect on October 3rd, will set the entry-level S Series model, the 512 gig, jump from $379 to $399, while the most affordable all-digital Series X will go from $549 to $599. The 2 terabyte Series X model and its Galaxy Black Special Edition counterpart, currently priced at $729.99, will become Microsoft's first ever $800 consoles following the adjustment. Given the proximity of the two events, it's possible Costco's inventory clearance is a direct response to the price hikes, particularly if the retailer was already facing weak demand for Xbox products. Microsoft cited macroeconomic factors as the chief reason for both the forthcoming price adjustment and the Xbox console price hike from May 2025. This comment is a reference to the recent moves from the current U.S. administration, which has based its overall economic policy on aggressive tariffs, which many businesses have passed on to consumers. So, to me, it sounds like what's happening is Costco has just had enough. Costco, as far as I'm aware, because let's be honest. When it comes to Costco, when I was growing up in New England, Costco was not a thing. It did not exist in my neck of the woods, right? But I know Costco is huge down south. I know Costco is huge out west. The Northeast is finally starting to adopt Costco, but we've had warehouse chains all over the place. I mean, we had Lechmere, we had BJ's, we had Sam's Club, we had a bunch of them, right? And those are just to name a few. And then we had like a bunch of other like private businesses that never made it as big as BJ's or Sam's Club or anything like that. But one thing that, and I actually used to work for one, and so did my mother. But the one thing that they always did with the warehouses is warehouse prices. If you buy, okay, let me start this over. If you decide that you want to go shop at Costco, that's all well and fine. Same thing like going to shop at BJ's, same thing like going to shop at Sam's Club. It's great, and you will absolutely get lower prices because they're selling things at wholesale. Right? They're selling singular things sometimes, especially electronics, at a wholesale price. That's the whole gimmick. But it works because if you are somebody who really doesn't want to go shopping more than once a month, you can go in and you can buy a fuck ton of stuff, and for a couple $100, you can walk out of a Costco or any other warehouse chain with about 5 times more than you would if you went into, say, just Walmart or Winn-Dixie or Publix or Whole Foods, or any of the other regional, like just regular grocery stores or electronic stores or whatever, because you're buying everything at wholesale prices. Right? And typically you're also going to be buying things in bulk. So now the price drops even more. That's how it works. To me, it sounds like because Xbox, or Microsoft, I should say, keeps fucking around with their prices, Costco's just had enough and said, fuck it. We're done. I honestly can't really say I blame them, but I mean, what do you think? And here's the other thing, and I know most people here who, live in the States, that's all well and fine, and you get what I'm saying, but for those who don't live in the States, here's an important thing. You have to pay for a membership to Costco, to BJ's, to Sam's Club, to any of the other warehouse chains, specifically because you pay that every single month, and it also helps them with operating costs and stuff like that they aren't able to cover because they're selling everything at wholesale prices with a little bit of a markup. They're not selling everything at retail prices. So you could be looking at shit. If you're looking at a brand new TV at Costco, right? that brand new TV could be something like, you know, an 80-inch TV, and that's all well and fine. But the price is where you're going to get hooked, because the price may only be, and I'm just throwing numbers out just for an example, the price may only be $1,300, and that's fantastic. And then you go over to Best Buy and you see the same TV and it's over $3,000. So you have to pay, and usually it's a little bit different for each warehouse chain, but either it's per month or it's like every couple of months, or maybe it's quarterly or whatever, but you have to pay for your membership. And that helps offset the cost. And that's all well and fine. And Costco and BJ's and Sam's Club and all the rest of them all do really, really well, because, again, you can walk in not knowing what you're going to get and walk out with a fuck ton of food, brand new electronics, stuff for kids, and so on. And to be completely honest, you can get your car fucking taken care of in most of these warehouse places, because most of them have automotive technicians and stuff like that right there. Same day, you can get your car taken care of and get your oil changed and your tires rotated and everything else while you're shopping. So you don't even have to go out into the parking lot. They can just call your number. You go, okay, cool. They'll hold the car until you show up. You go up and you pay for your stuff, and then you go all the way to the other end of the store, and then you can just load your car from the bay and drive home. And you've still paid probably anywhere from a third to about half of what you would pay in a regular store. That's the shtick. That's the gimmick, right? I think this is why Costco doesn't... I really, really think that's why Costco is just like, no, fuck it, we're done with Xbox. Because they can't... it doesn't seem to be like there's much demand. And B, they just keep changing their fucking prices. So they don't know what they're going to get in terms of profit, which doesn't make any sense. Because especially with a warehouse thing, you need to know where those profit margins are and how much you can do it. Because let's face it, if I went... Actually, let me see. I just got to put it on BRB really, really, really quick, because I want to... If it pops up with my shit, I'll be kind of pissed. Okay, it didn't. Well, yeah, no, it didn't. Okay. So, let's do Xbox X. Right? So, right now, the Xbox Series X 1 terabyte console with Xbox wireless controller, 4K gaming at 120 FPS is $600, right? Now, the article says that it jumped from $549 to $599. So the price is already in effect here, right? Which means Best Buy's not making any money on this. Best Buy's not making any money on this whatsoever. If you buy an Xbox console through Best Buy, they are not making any money off of it. They absolutely $0. Even with taxes, the only thing that you are doing is paying the overall general taxes and everything like that that Best Buy has to pay. So Best Buy's making absolutely zero on this. Again, Costco is all about profit margins and pricing because of the type of business that it is. So if it can no longer rely on that, and they can't even do any sort of markup, they're going to end up like Best Buy, where literally they're making $0 on product that is going out the door, and they can't afford that, especially when you have an $800 console. Like, how do you do a markup on $800? You can't, right? And I know this sounds really, really, stupid and simple, and it's kind of business 101, But for a lot of people, it's something that they kind of also miss, is that the higher price something is, the lower the profit margin is, right? So if you have something that is, well, I'll actually use Radio Shack, because not only did I used to work at Radio Shack, I worked with them for a very long time, and I know how the pricing worked, okay? Aylin, can you tell me the thing that Radio Shack made most of its profit off of? Just as a guess. And I'll give you a hint. It is the same product line and was the same product line for over 50 years. And it's where they made most of their profit from. So Radio Shack made most of its profit. There's so many changes right now, honestly. Yeah. But Radio Shack, and this is why I'm bringing it up. Radio Shack made most of its profit, I'm not kidding, off of batteries. I'm not talking those big honking batteries or like the batteries where, it's a specific battery that you need for a toy or, like a power brick that you need for a TV. No. I'm talking AAA batteries, AA batteries, C batteries, D batteries, 9-volt batteries. That's where Radio Shack made their money. Now, when Radio Shack closed, because obviously, prices and stuff like that do raise a little bit here and there, but when Radio Shack closed, you could still pick up a pack of 5 double or AAA batteries and make it a double purchase for $5, $5 or $6. Let's just say that, right? That's pretty good, considering if you try doing that at Walmart, it's going to cost you $10 just to walk out with a pack of 5. So you're getting literally double the amount of batteries in whatever version you need. So you're getting 2 5-packs of whatever you need. Now, if it's D batteries, they're sold in pairs. Same thing with C's. And I believe the 9 volts were singular, right? So you could do, if you needed double A's and you needed a 9-volt, you could get a pack of 5, and you could also get one 9-volt battery for like $10. That's pretty good, right? If you needed a pack of double A's and a pack of triple A's, you get one pack of 5 each for $10. Again, pretty good. You see what I mean? Those batteries, I'm not even kidding, cost less than 17 cents to make. And they're selling them for the deal that had been going on long before I ever worked there, was roughly $5 a pack. So let's bring this up. Calculator, right? So if you got 17 cents times 5, so that's 85 cents in total in terms of what you have to set aside in order to basically pay off that pack of batteries, right? So they're making $4.15 after the manufacturing cost. And that includes the markup, right? So if I do 5 divided by 85, actually, no, sorry, hang on. 5 times 85. Yeah. So that is a just about a 400, just a little over a 400% markup on batteries, right? Now, if I say, okay, Radio Shack had a TV, and the TV was retail $1,200, right? Well, Radio Shack still has to make their money off of it because they're the ones selling it, but now the margin has closed considerably because people are already paying $1,200 for a TV, right? So now what they'll probably do is they'll go, okay, $1,200. Well, what can we get away with? Well, how about we do let's do 10%. So that's another $120, right? So now we've gone from $1,200 to $1,320. But that's only a 1% markup. So they're only making $100 off of that. Now, $100 is definitely a hell of a lot more than $4.15. But at the same time, when people are buying a shit ton of batteries versus buying maybe one or two TVs, and they're doing it every Sunday, they're doing it every time they come into the store, they're doing it whenever they come into the store because they have a problem with their cell phone, they do it because they came in just to do window shopping and go, oh, you know what, I actually do need batteries. Or they're coming in because there was something else that was wrong or whatever. It evens out. And not only does it even out, it greatly overshadows this 1% $120 markup that you're going to be getting off of a TV. So you can see how the margins, the profit margins really, really, really shrink the higher you go. Who's going to want to try and do a 1% margin on something that's already $800 at a warehouse company? Because now you're paying almost $900, right? That's insane. So I can see it. I can see why Costco's having, why they're getting rid of it. Now, there have been a lot of good reviews when it comes to Silent Hill F. A lot of people are saying that Silent Hill F is really, really, really good. I hate profit margins. I see them all the time in my job. Yeah, you know, the more expensive a thing, the tighter the profit margin is. Right? Perfect example right there. You see it all the time. If you got something that's, you know, it retails for $5 or $6, chances are it costs pennies on the dollar to make, and you're making like a $600 or sorry, 600% markup. If you're selling something that's $1,000, you're lucky if you can do a 1% markup. It's crazy. Again, same thing, by the way, with selling a car. And I know about selling cars because I've sold them. And it's a bitch. Right? There's a reason why, as much as I hate to say it, and I know people don't like used car salesmen or just car salesmen and women in general, whether they're used or not, the reason why they go nuts and they hunt people like sharks in the lot is because they're making no money. Because the company itself is making nothing unless X amount of cars are sold per month. It's ridiculous how little they can actually put in for a markup because of how much the car costs to begin with. It's insane. Okay, so Silent Hill F has had some really good reviews come out. I haven't read them all, but a lot of people have been saying some really nice things about Silent Hill F. G-Man Lives is kind of like one of the few people that I actually look to when it comes to video game reviews, whether they be before they release or when they release or even after they release and so on, because he has no problem calling things like it is. I'm excited for Silent Hill F still. I don't think what he's going to say as far as the bad is going to detract me from wanting to play Silent Hill, but it is stuff to think about. We're going to watch this video, and then after that, we're getting into more Bayonetta. So let's take a look and see what he's got to say.
Well, it sure has been interesting lately to be a Silent Hill fan. Not only did we get the Silent Hill 2 remake last year, but also the announcement this year that they're working on giving the first game the same treatment. along with there being the upcoming and questionable looking Return to Silent Hill movie not too far off, along with the standalone title, the short message released as well. Now, there's another game to add to that list with Silent Hill F, a new entry that Konami are even calling Mainline, developed by Taiwanese devs Neobards Entertainment. This thing's been out for a few days now, and every man and their dog seems to be singing its high praises, with it even scoring in the high 80s on Metacritic and having a very positive rating on Steam. So let's talk about it, shall we? If only so I can justify the $130 dues I had to spend on this thing to play it early.
Also, by the way, just FYI, he had to spend $130 just to play it early because he had to pre-purchase it, and he also lives in Australia.
I will say as well, the game's been out for a few days now, so there's going to be a few spoilers in this video. Nothing too major, but just a few mechanics and stuff that I talk about that's in some of the later game content. So if you are worried about that, then be sure to keep an eye on the screen for the time skips so you can get right past this stuff. You got that? Having said that, let's get into it. Right, so this was a bit of an interesting experience for me to play through in the sense that while I am a Silent Hill fan, my love of the series really only extends to those first 3 games. I mean,
By the way, same, except my love for the series stops after 2. I did try playing 3. I didn't much care for 3, if I'm being honest. I really didn't. It felt like it lost something to me. I really liked 1 and 2, but yeah, I tried playing 3 and I didn't much care for it.
I reckon that original trilogy is pretty much perfect, and everything else that came after it I consider to be mostly pointless and unnecessary. So going into this, I had practically zero expectations, neither high or low. And it is interesting right off the bat how it doesn't really have anything to do with the other games. You know, the ones set in the town that the whole series is named after. Instead, it's set in a fictional Japanese village in the 1960s, with the only real element connecting everything together being that there's lots of fog. Weird things happen and you kill monsters with a metal pipe. Oh yeah, and at one point you go through a high school. And speaking of, the protagonist is one of the students, a 15-year-old girl named Hinako, who, along with her friends Shu, Rinko, and Sakuko, find themselves trying to get out of town once the place is engulfed by that very familiar-looking mysterious fog, along with the weird growth that seems to bring all these horrible creatures along with it. And apart from that, there are some very similar thematic elements as well, reminiscent of the older games, in the sense that at the center of all of this is themes of pain, trauma, and emotional abuse, along with allusions towards drug use. Hanako's parents are also shown to be pretty toxic. I mean, her father is a nasty drunk, for instance, having lost all of his savings in a restaurant venture. And then the mum is completely apathetic in regards to how the dad treats her.
Okay, I'm going to come out and say it then. So, we were talking the other night about how there were reports initially that Australia had their ratings problem with Silent Hill F, and there were some false reports that Australia banned this game. Now I think I can understand why. And I'm not saying it's a good reason either, by the way. Not even remotely close to a good reason, but I think I might understand exactly where the rating itself was coming from, or where the trouble with rating it was coming from, because she's a 15-year-old girl who has to deal with a drunkard of an emotionally abusive father, and a mother who is incredibly apathetic to literally everything that's going on around them. So it's quite literally child abuse.
You could probably make comparisons with Hanako to Alyssa and Heather in the old games in the sense that they're both these super vulnerable young women in a pretty crappy situation. Though, I think Heather and Alyssa definitely had it worse off than Hanako did.
No, not again.
Either way, though, my point is that she works pretty well as a protagonist. And it's a scientific fact that some of the best survival horror titles have women as the main characters. What I do have an issue with, though, is how this thing tackles that concept of the other world or that spirit realm that seems to run parallel to the events in the real world. because this time it tackles it a whole lot differently, in that it's more or less a completely disconnected place from reality. In all of the other games, it was treated as this alternate version of the real world, which is why you'd see very similar looking environments like hospitals and schools, only with a much more nightmarish appearance. And in the case of that Silent Hill 2 remake, you'd even see the shift in real time as James would cross over and then suddenly find himself in this new and unsettling place. In F, though, it happens in a much more disconnecting way, usually with Hanako falling asleep or passing out, and then waking up in a place that looks nothing like where she's just been. That evil influence can still be felt and seen when she's out in the real world, though, but it just never seems to connect these in a seamless manner like the other Silent Hill games did.
Okay.
You're either here or you're there. And as a result, stuff like that iconic air raid siren is just completely missing. And while that might be fine, to have it change this much, like, it really doesn't feel like Silent Hill in that way. I mean,
Fair enough, but I'm wondering if what they did is they're doing the same thing that they did with the Silent Hill movie. Right? Because if you remember the Silent Hill movie, the characters didn't end up in Silent Hill until they were unconscious. And I'm thinking maybe that's what's going on. Right? Maybe they're trying to do that weird thing. Like, it kind of worked, but it didn't really work. And so maybe that's what they're trying to do. I don't know.
at this point, it's just a Silent Hill game in name only. First, I couldn't really understand why so many people were glossing over this, but then it started to make sense when I looked into the writer a little bit more. And I've seen quite a few people online saying that they're more excited to play this simply for the fact that this guy, Ryo Kishio 7, wrote it, as opposed to it actually being a new Silent Hill entry. And I honestly do think there's an element of people there that are just giving props to this thing based off that alone.
相棒が一緒なら安心だ。
As opposed to how the story is actually told, or if it all connects up in any kind of grand sense. Also, maybe the fact that it's Japanese, and there does seem to be a tendency for a lot of people to just praise this kind of offbeat storytelling by default. And yeah, look, I do get it, and in the game's defense, visually and thematically, there's some interesting and bizarre moments here that we've never seen in this series before.
Yeah.
In fact, ironically, as much as I was disappointed in how this thing was so far removed from the other entries, the main thing that really kept me going was the story, and wanting to find out what was going on and how things are going to get resolved.
So, okay. So he's saying that there is a chance that people are going nuts because of who's writing it. I don't know this person, so it doesn't really bother me. But he did admit that the story is really good. And he's also he's also thinking that because it's a backdrop of 1960s small town rural Japan, that maybe that's one of the big reasons why it's taking off as it is. Now, to be fair, and I don't think this is a bad thing whatsoever, I think he's partially right. As I drop a thing. I think he's partially right, but here's why I think he's right. And I think a lot of people don't understand this, and the only reason why I feel like I can talk about it, not as an expert, but somebody who's a little bit more well-versed in it, is specifically because I've played a lot of Eastern horror titles. And the biggest difference is that if you take Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, right, and you line them all up, the connective tissue between all three of them is the town of Silent Hill. Now, granted, the town changes depending on exactly the environment that people are in, and it had this it was alluded that it was a world that worked parallel to ours, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Which again is why, as he showed, you have the protagonists in 1, 2, and 3, they're crossing over, or you hear the air raid siren or whatever, and it's them crossing over into this other world. Eastern horror does not work that way. Eastern horror, you go into Eastern horror, whether it be Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Thai, Laotian, the list goes on, right? They are all, you go into those games under the premise that you are aware that when it comes to ancient stories from whatever culture it may be, that there already is more than one world. And chances are it's a hell of a lot different than what we are used to, which is why you have all these beings, especially in Japanese culture, and Thai culture, and a couple of others, where they may look similar in a way, but then they are just grotesquely and vastly different, right? So there's one, and I can't remember the name of it, but I'm pretty sure it's a Japanese monster that is basically a giant spider. Like, the spider is the size of a school bus, right? But it tries to disguise itself as a beautiful woman. Because it doesn't realize that it only works in certain aspects, right? If you see a gorgeous topless woman, but you only see from the waist up, and there's no way that they can see the rest of what is connected to that gorgeous topless woman, then it works, because they're using it as a form of luring somebody in versus the monster coming to chase you. Because they're predators. That's the whole thing. That's exactly what they are. So you'll find that a lot of the time in a lot of those Eastern horror games, and that's kind of the appeal, right? So yes, he is right that because it is set with a backdrop to 1960s Japan, it's entirely possible that we're probably going to see some really weird shit.
Sure doesn't have a lack of cinematics in that regard either, man, and for what feels like half of the game, it's like you can't move around for more than 2 minutes without then sitting through another cinematic that's just as long.
Okay, but that's also a very... Again, I think that's also a very Eastern way of doing things. We've seen it time and time again. Metal Gear Solid, right? How many times in Metal Gear Solid do I sit there, or even Metal Gear Solid 1, do I sit there and we just get finished talking to Master Miller while we're inside the fucking the vents, and then we run down a flight of stairs to the elevator, get in the elevator, go down one floor, and then run all the way down a hallway, and then we get to the ladder, and now we're called by the Colonel. Snake, to use the ladder, hit the action button. And then we hit the action button, and then we go into the vents in there, and then another thing pops up, and the Colonel calls us again to drop down, use the look button. And it's like, okay, we get it. Can we move along, please? It's a very Japanese way of doing things.
Silent Hill F does look pretty damn good at times, with some nice looking environments and a whole lot of attention to detail, to the point that it can often be confusing to tell what you can and can't walk over at a glance. That effect during those moments when that evil growth thing starts to take over really is kind of unsettling, and some of those more spiritual environments look great too. Weapons also break over time.
Wait. Why does he... Hang on. Why does he keep showing that? It's just a massive titted monster. Jesus. You see the girl on those tits? Holy shit.
Look great too. Weapons also break over time the more you use them, and I really love how you can see them coming apart and breaking in real time with each hit. Plus, I really like how the main menu gets more and more overgrown the further you've gotten into the story.
Oh, that's
cool. As the campaign goes on, Hinako starts to look more bruised and battered as well, with her uniform showing visible signs of damage from all these frequent attacks.
Okay.
And then the way that it often seamlessly blends into gameplay at the end of a cinematic as the camera sweeps around behind her is a neat trick too.
Not bad at all.
No, it really feels like games are at that point now where there's no difference between the pre-rendered stuff and then the in-game stuff. Well, mostly. And the reason that I say mostly is because this is another 2025 game that happens to run on the Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, which, as you'd expect, means it has more issues than Mad Magazine. And while I haven't had the kind of performance dramas it seems a lot of other people have, one thing that has annoyed me is how for some reason the FPS limit is set to 60. In fact, by default, it's actually 30, but the maximum without any kind of tweak or a mod is currently capped at 60. And even then, despite what you've set it to, the cinematics still seem to be at 30. So you get this really jarring effect when it transitions between the two.
Okay, but there's, and I've been saying this for a very long time, one of the biggest reasons why most cinematics only run at 30 is because it is more cinematic to do that, right? We can, like, I remember years back, especially when we started having like really, really, really big LCD TVs come out, like past the plasma TV era, right? Where it was, oh, okay, well, you know, you could get this LCD TV, but those are only good up to like 37 inches. And then everything after that is, you want to go plasma. Right after that period, and you started getting into like the really big LCD TVs, there was this thing, and even I noticed it, where you could have a TV and that was all well and good. You could have a brand new TV and it would run at, say, like 120 hertz, which is fine, but it's only going to work to a point where if you take an older movie and let's say it's not on Blu-ray, let's say it's on DVD, it's going to look like a regular fucking movie, right? If you take a Blu-ray and you pop it in, you may notice that there is something different, but you can't put your finger on exactly what. Maybe something pops out, things pop out a little bit more. Maybe the movement itself is, it almost has like this uncanny valley effect, and you're not entirely sure. But that's why typically, even in movie theaters now, and even with digital stuff and so on, sure, you get really, really good clarity, but generally the standard is still 30 frames per second because it just has the right feel to it. So, yeah, that to me, that doesn't bother me. And especially when it comes to people talking about FPS, the only time people really give a shit when it comes to FPS, generally speaking, is during actual gameplay. So if they're switching back between, say, like 30 and 60 FPS, I don't see that as a problem, especially when it comes to cinematics. Call me old, that's all well and fine, but, I mean, I've watched a lot of fucking movies in my time and really analyzed it and stuff like that. And to be honest, it's going to sound weird, but I honestly, I've never, especially with a lot of the stuff that I watch, I've never really felt that there's a need for any more than 30 FPS because that's what they were filmed in. That's what they were shot in. So, yeah, it's this weird thing, but I think if they dumped it to 120 FPS, it wouldn't feel the same. And again, that's just my take. I really feel like the cinematic itself just would not feel the same. Something would be off. That's what it would feel like. Something is off and you can't put your finger on it if it was anything over like even 60.
I get that they've done this for it to work on the consoles and all that, but this kind of thing just shouldn't be happening on the PC, dog. Especially in 2025. Fuck! Now, like all of the other Silent Hill games, F does take a little bit of time there to pick up some speed. You got that first half hour or so where things slowly descend into madness with a pretty lame scripted chase scene against the fog monster, along with my absolute pet peeve, slowly shuffling through narrow gaps.
Which, okay, that's fair.
But before too long, you start coming up against these mannequin and scarecrow-looking enemies that form up the vast majority of the hostiles you're going to face for the next 12 or so hours, along with another one that's more or less the licker from Resident Evil, only reacting to the sound you make. After you spend a fair bit of time in the apparent real world trying to get out of town with your friends is around the point where Hinako passes out, and then wakes up in F's version of the other world, where her only guide is a mysterious dude wearing a fox mask. Now, instead of using metal pipes and crowbars, you've got more traditional Japanese weapons like a kaiken and a naginata. And then from that point on, you're constantly going back and forth between both of these settings, where the real world situation's focusing on Hanako and her buddies, and then the other ones which are far more metaphorical, relying heavily on symbolism and other ambiguous storytelling elements.
And again, that's because of the culture. That makes sense.
Trying to give us a bit more backstory and explaining the real relationships she's got with her family and friends, none of which really seem all that healthy. The main thing connecting both of these, though, is that none of them really feel all that scary. And while I know that a big part of the horror in these games is the implied and the stuff you don't see, it just never really felt like it was conjuring up those same feelings of dread or despair.
Okay, and I think that's actually another really, really good point, and I understand where he's coming from. However, sorry, I had to move my fan. However, this is also why when I play Yakuza, I play it in Japanese audio with English subtitles. And the reason why is because there are things implied with the way that somebody says something in Japanese that do not translate over into text. And at the same time, there are ways that people say things in Japanese that do not translate over audibly in English the correct way. So I play Yakuza specifically because if I'm playing as Kiryu, or I'm playing as Ichiban, or I'm playing as Majima, I want to get what it is that the directors were actually trying to put forth in their work. And it's nothing wrong with the English voice actors. It's nothing wrong with the English scripts. It's just there are certain cultural things that are so entirely foreign to Western English-speaking audiences because that's not how their society is, right? So, a perfect example of this is a game called Observer. And it was one of the last things that Rutger Hauer ever did. Fantastic game. It's been a personal favorite of mine in terms of a horror game because it's not only horror, but it's cyberpunk. And it's very, very, very heavily inspired by Blade Runner, which is really cool. But when it comes to certain themes that they are talking about, there's kind of a roadmap that guides you only so far, and then they stop, right? So you can understand what's happening, and you go, oh shit, oh dear God, wow, I didn't realize they were going to go there, right? But it's because they spelled it out for you. Whereas, unfortunately, in Japanese culture and a lot of Eastern cultures, things that we just take for granted, right? If it was just, kid gets shit kicked out of them and, they have to deal with psychological horror, okay, fair enough. But at the same time, unless you're really, really, really good at writing, that game's gonna suck if you're a Western video game developer 9 times out of 10, because unfortunately we hear about shit like that all the time. And even more unfortunately, there's more than a good number of us, especially if you're female, that have to deal with the horrors and the reality of that all the time. So we become numb to it. We're just completely desensitized. Sober coming in for 40 months. Thank you so much, Sober.
The real Silent Hill is the trauma we made along the way.
It's true. Thank you so much, Sober. How you doing, buddy? So yeah, unfortunately for Western audiences, a lot of the time we become desensitized to it, whether it's because we've dealt with it ourselves or we know people who have personally dealt with it and we've been there and we've experienced it with them secondhand, things like that. Whereas in Japan, it's completely different, right? There's a lot of things that are culturally different. So if something is implied, it's quite literally because they cannot talk about it. Right? So there's a lot of it especially with Japanese culture. It comes with a lot of like public shame. So even if, and I hate to bring it, I hate to bring it to this, hate to bring it this way, right? But let's say a woman in Japan is sexually assaulted. Well, unfortunately, sexual assault is a problem that they still have, like a massive problem that they still have in Japan. But the reason why it's such a big problem is because of the way that their society is. Society isn't teaching guys to go out and do this, but there's nothing on the other end when it comes to support for the victims. So if they say something, now they're looked at in especially more of like the conservative areas and stuff like that. They very well could be looked at like a slut or a whore. So now these women just have to sit there and live with it because there is no safety net for them, right? So when they can't talk about, or when they don't talk about something, it's not because they just want to bury it deep down inside and make it go away. I'm sure that's part of it, but it's also because there is nobody to talk to about it, right? And the way that their society runs a lot of the time, sadly, even if they did, who exactly is going to listen? So there is definitely a massive cultural difference there. Better from this cop shit. Early appointment tomorrow, so man on that. How you do? I'm doing okay. Doing okay.
Especially not in the way that Silent Hill 1, 2, or 3 did. I will say on a positive note, though, that a lot of the puzzles in this game really are quite tricky at times, though it does often skate that thin line between being well crafted but then just completely nonsensical. With this Scarecrow puzzle, for instance, being a pretty good example and giving me a whole lot of grief there on my first run. Yeah, so what you're supposed to do here is read these clues and then ascertain which of these figures you need to interact with. But if you pick the wrong one, you wake the damn thing up, and then have to either avoid it or kill it.
Okay, maybe this is just me, but I can tell you, if there was a Scarecrow, and I am in a super scary Fog Nightmare world, and I had to interact with certain Scarecrows, I certainly wouldn't interact with the Scarecrow that had the giant fuck-off sickle in their hand.
And it's just that the clues for which is the right pick are so vague that for a couple of these, I just eventually had to guess. Surprise, cockbags! But then again, I guess that's the whole point. You know, puzzles are supposed to be confusing in survival horror. And if everything was blatantly obvious from the get-go, well, then there'd be no challenge there at all. I do think it's kind of interesting as well how it defaults to the puzzles being on hard mode from the beginning, which apparently is the way the devs want you to experience things.
Good.
Compared to the combat, which is on story mode. And yeah, that does bring me on to what is by far the biggest dilemma I have with Silent Hill F, and that's the combat.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Now, having seen all that preview footage they were showing, the main worry I had here was that Hanako would be too strong, just mashing through droves of monsters with complete ease. Well, I'm happy to say that that's not the case, and in fact, if you're playing on hard mode, it's actually quite the opposite. And the game does a really good job of making you feel super fragile, with every single enemy you encounter absolutely able to kill you if you're not paying attention.
Okay.
Resulting in some pretty chaotic and tense encounters where you're really fighting for your life. The problem is that it's an entirely melee-based system, which plays to some very stringent rules that you pretty much have to abide by. And look, I get that putting guns into this game would have been incredibly out of place. I mean,
True.
Playing as a schoolgirl, and it's unlikely she'd have access to firearms, but then even also more unlikely...
Well, I mean, you're not only playing as a schoolgirl, but you're playing as a 15-year-old schoolgirl in a country where guns are banned. And the only people that have guns are the police, the military, and to some extent, the mafia. That's it. Everybody else is completely unarmed when it comes to guns. So, yeah, it wouldn't make any sense.
likely that she'd even know how to use them if she did. So what they've instead done is take that same 15-year-old girl and limit her options to metal pipes, knives, and baseball bats.
Silent Hill England would be cricket bats and the odd machete. Well, and that's why I think Shaun of the Dead works as well as it does, right? What did Shaun have available? He had a cricket bat. You know what I mean? And it just, hey, those fucking things hurt. You hit somebody in the head with all the force you can, you're probably going to have their brains coming out like toothpaste. You know what I mean? So it makes sense. You got red on you. It's true.
All of which she can use with lethal precision because, yeah, that's far more believable. And yeah, the people who defend why Hanako isn't able to use firearms probably have no issue with the fact that she's somehow able to beat back all these horrific monsters with a crowbar. Anyway, all of that stuff aside, you've got 3 things to worry about here. You've got your health, your stamina, and your sanity. Basically, the way it works is you've got a standard attack and then a heavy attack, with the latter one having a chance to stun enemies and leave them vulnerable, both of which use stamina. With the heavy attack also doubling as a counter, if timed correctly during certain and very specific enemy animations. In a nutshell, it's kind of like enemies are going to glitch out for a second, and you've got that very brief window to hit that heavy attack to counter for massive damage. The thing is, though, is that it becomes a matter of really just waiting for these moments, considering enemies can ignore your combos otherwise, making your basic attacks kind of pointless, especially on hard mode where you take so much damage. Which all then means that it just becomes a matter of learning these various attack patterns for every single enemy type, and then just waiting for the right moment to counter. The catch, though, is that they've also got other attacks which can't be countered, which instead requires you to dodge.
Okay.
Adding in this whole other shtick where you can perfect dodge if timed correctly, restoring all of your stamina.
Huh.
Yeah, you even get this slow motion effect when you pull this off, because yeah, it seems every game these days has to have this feature.
Yeah.
And it does kind of remove that whole horror aspect to the survival horror thing, considering once you get the hang of this stuff, you can take out most of the enemies pretty easily. But more than that, it just feels like more of an action game now than anything else.
Oh, you miserable bags of bones!
There's about half a dozen weapons all up here, and outside of the speed of them, I didn't really see all that much of a difference. I mean, the sledgehammer and the axe are a lot slower, obviously, than using something like the bat or the sickle, but at the end of the day, I just ended up using whatever felt the most responsive, which was often the knife or the crowbar. Yeah, and I do think it's funny how regardless of what weapon you've actually got equipped at that time, it's always going to show Hanako holding the pipe in the cutscenes. Just like she's always ready to dish out some smoke. As for this whole sanity system, well, that one's a bit of a misnomer because it doesn't actually seem to affect your mental well-being or anything in that regard. More so, it's just the name they've given to this meter that lets you focus. And this is important because when you're focusing, it makes it easier to counter those enemy attacks. Plus, if you hold down the focus button for long enough, it's going to charge up a more powerful hit, which almost always guarantees a stun. All of which is vastly superior to just using those basic attacks. Boy! And then to make it even more confusing, you get a whole bunch of different consumables which refill all of these different meters, with things like chocolate bars, jelly, and drinks. Oh yeah, and you need to manually bind these things to shortcuts as well. For some reason, you simply can't open your inventory and consume them, which is a bit odd.
That is a bit odd.
Or I don't know, maybe they're forcing you to do this so you have to heal during combat. You know, like a certain other game series.
Uh-oh.
All of the manual save points in the game are shrines where you can choose to sell some of these off to earn so-called
I
fate
don't know
points,
what that was.
which can then be spent to upgrade Hinako's health, stamina, and even her sanity bar. You can even find and equip these Omamari talisman things, which buff up aspects like your health and stamina even further. Oh yeah, and by the way, is all of this starting to sound a bit bizarre? Well, maybe that's because it is. And I don't want to jump on the whole bandwagon and call this thing Souls-like, but I am getting a bit sick and tired of how every single game these days seems like it has to have these kind of mechanics.
That's fair.
Mechanics you have to utilize or else you are going to die.
Is that a pile of boobs? Is it just me? Sober, does that look like a pile of boobs? Dear Japan, 19 boobs is 17 too many. Sincerely, Sober. Okay, I'm just... Aylin, what does that look like to you? Does that look like a pile of boobs? Or more accurately, that is a boob elemental. I mean, it could be. I can't unsee it. Oh, yeah.
The boss fights lean.
It is! There's nipples!
Into this stuff, outright forcing you to learn these specific moves through trial and error, and then overcoming them through what's more or less rote memorization. One of the boss fights later on is against 2 enemies at once. So
okay, you really need to stop showing the 8-foot-tall, big-titted woman. This isn't even the right game, man.
Humongous fat one, and then a smaller, more nimble one. And I'm getting flashbacks to fighting Ornstein and Smough all over again. And I'm not saying that
By learned wizards called a wobbling tit pile. I mean, to be fair, not wrong.
these boss fights are bad or poorly designed in that sense, but it just adds more fuel to that fire of this feeling less and less like a Silent Hill game. I know that some of the later titles like Silent Hill 4 and Homecoming had more of a focus on the melee, but if we're at a point where we're using those games as a positive comparison, then we truly are lost. In fact, I remember that with Homecoming specifically, that thing was universally disliked by the fans, for how much of an emphasis it put on all that melee stuff. Dipping a bit now into spoiler territory as well, I feel I need to talk about these bits later on in the game, where, for story-related reasons, Hanako's now got a giant fox arm replacing those standard weapons. Where you've even got the ability to absorb the souls of fallen enemies to then power up a rage mode where you're doing
a new fear
damage.
of balloons.
And yes, that classic Silent Hill feeling combat loop of using a clawed arm to slash apart enemies. Some people might say, but gee man, you don't have to engage with that stuff and you can just run right past the enemies. It's survival horror. And yes, while that is true and you often can do that when you're outside, during certain other areas you're outright forced into combat. Like it's going to literally have an objective to defeat all the monsters before you can proceed.
Jesus.
There's that enemy I mentioned earlier that can detect the sounds you make, kind of like the lickers in Resident Evil. But the amount of times you're actually able to avoid these things by being stealthy, I think you can count on one hand. Most of the time they're immediately hostile and it seems impossible to actually lose them. And yes, I'm sure that people are going to post speed runs where they dodge every single enemy in the game and all that stuff, which is fine, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about someone playing this for the first or second time, where you're simply not going to be able to do any of that stuff or even know about it. In fact, the last hour or so of the
I can't get the mental image out of my head. It was like a Playboy magazine merged with a bowl of profiter rolls. What the fuck? Yeah,
the game is almost entirely comprised of combat-focused areas. It doesn't add in anything new or interesting, it just puts you into this constant combat loop against the same enemies you've been fighting for the past 10 hours. Plus it often reuses some of the tougher enemies if for no other reason than to just pad these fights out and make the story take longer.
Come on, man.
And it's just like, if
just
you remove
rotting
that important
boobs.
survival horror aspect of having the player choose whether to run or fight and then just force them to fight, well, you remove one of the biggest aspects of the whole genre. Where it's at its worst, though, is all the combat inside these narrow hallways and corridors, where you've got bugger all room to move around, along with the camera making things even trickier. Yeah, the kind of thing that really makes you wish for fixed camera angles. I don't know, I guess on a positive side, at least we've got the most obnoxious hit stop I think I've ever seen in a video game.
A few days from now, Rule 34 is going to come into effect. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of tonight, it's already in effect.
Game. Yeah, and what also annoys me here is how if you ever attack something too close to a wall, the weapon's gonna deflect off it and cancel out the hit, which, you know, is of course a handicap that doesn't affect the enemies.
Of course not. It never does.
Enemies also have this tendency to do a grab attack where they latch onto you and knock off a sizable chunk of your health bar.
DM, how you doing?
The amount of times that this has happened
No,
from
you're not too
around
late.
a corner or a nearby doorway where I pretty much couldn't do anything but eat my own shit. The solution to that, I guess, is you should be looking around every single corner, but do you really want to play the entire game doing that?
So we're finishing the rest of this video, and then we're doing more Bayonetta.
Nothing else, at least on New Game Plus mode, you're likely to know that this stuff is coming, most of the time. And it is true that F really does improve over time with repeat playthroughs, because, like a lot of the other games in the series, when you unlock something or get an upgrade, it carries over. In fact, there's even again multiple endings in there as well, with the player able to access different routes based on their actions. I actually like it too, how if you try to skip a cinematic in New Game Plus mode that has new content you've not seen before, it outright lets you know, which is a really handy feature that saves you having to rewatch stuff you've already seen.
That's
Plus,
cool.
I like the way that it changes around a few mechanics, like for instance, you get that fox something a lot earlier on than you did in the first run, outright letting you skip over some huge sections from those more tedious areas. But to be honest, I'm really not all that interested, and I gotta say that Silent Hill F, it just didn't grab me the way some of the other titles did. It all kind of reminds me of the same experience I had with Alan Wake 2, where I went into that thing and had my own personal experience with it, which I thought was largely lackluster, only to then go online and see everyone else dick riding it into oblivion, making me wonder if I'd played the same thing they did. I think my main grievance here at the end of the day is just, if you're gonna make a game in a very popular series, which is known for some specific key elements and plot devices, and then you essentially rework or remove almost all of them, then it just makes me kind of wonder why they'd name it after that series to begin with.
I mean, I think that's fair, but at the same time, literally the only things that we've had recently in terms of Silent Hill games before this were Silent Hill Message whatever, right? That one that was okay, but most people didn't play. You have that live stream Disaster. I don't even know if it's still going on or not, but you had that live stream Disaster that was also part of what I like to call that J.J. Abrams bullshit. To the point where they would make people pay to vote on certain decisions and certain things in the game dealing with characters, but because the latency was so bad between the voting and what chat was saying and what was actually happening on the screen, nobody actually knew what the fuck was going on or why. And then you have Silent Hill 2 Remake, which is literally the best out of all of them, and was actually really, really good. So you have two new ways of doing something that didn't work. You have a remake of the original, which people complained about because there were certain changes that were made, and that's all well and fine, but overall it was still pretty good because it was a return to form, and now they're trying something else new. I don't have a problem with somebody trying something new, but I kind of feel like there has to be an evolution, and I also understand what he's saying is, like, he doesn't want to call it Souls-like, and I agree that it's not really Souls-like, but you can see it from there. But, yeah, the I don't know. I think that's kind of... It's kind of a weird one. I think it's kind of in a very weird area.
And I think the reason this is all being done is just to appeal to brand recognition, which
Bloop, what's going on?
Konami is the most logical reason. I mean, for instance, while there's definitely good reasons for why they remade MGS3 before MGS1, what is also absolutely a big component is that they know it's the most popular game in the series.
True.
And therefore the safest one they could have remade.
Pretty good.
you know, for the exact same reason, they chose to remake Silent Hill 2 over Silent Hill 1.
True.
Recent events, though, that remake included, have made me realize that most Silent Hill fans don't really care all that much about what they're actually playing, as long as it's just got Silent Hill in the title.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I understand what he means by that, especially if there's a lot of dick riding when it comes to this game. However, I think the big litmus test is when you have those quote-unquote Silent Hill purists. Right? So if you have a Silent Hill, quote, purist who doesn't like Silent Hill 2 Remake, who has never played it, and then turns around and plays Silent Hill F and says that they love it, then I would be more inclined to agree with him that they're completely full of shit. If you have one of those purists that has played Silent Hill 2 Remake, doesn't care for the changes that they made, then goes and plays Silent Hill F and also doesn't care for the changes that they made, then I would be less inclined to agree. So I think we're still out on that verdict. There was a risk if they fucked it up. There's a term for that. Oh, something fallacy. I know exactly what you're talking about, but yes.
And that's fine. Look, at the end of the day, I don't give a shit if people like something more than I do. I guess I just wish the game named Silent Hill.
Oh, look, there you go. The giant pile of boobs. I keep hearing people mention a Goomba fallacy. No, not Goomba. It's like a sunk cost fallacy or something like that. Wadding pile of memories we know and love. Oh, yes. Yes. I wonder if, like, once you beat the boob pile, if, like, it melts and it just turns into a tit puddle.
Had, you know, more Silent Hill stuff in it, along with not requiring me to perfect dodge and parry my way through an entire underworld of hideous monsters. I will give it props in one way, though, in that it's still better than Silent Hill 4.
Oh, tit puddle was a thing that Jack from Red Letter Media was talking about when they were watching Faust, because the girl, I can't remember the bad guy's name, but he turned that dominatrix woman into the tit puddle. I want to see the entire game in its entirety because I know it's going to be good. Which one, Blue? Silent Hill F? I agree. I still want to see it for sure. So, there is the link. G-Man Lives is always good. Go like the video, go subscribe. The thing I really, really like about G-Man is that he's not afraid to call out bullshit when he sees it. And I think that's a very important thing. So if he doesn't like something, he'll just come out and say, hey, I don't like this. He's not telling you that you don't have to like it. He's just saying, I personally don't care for it. It's not my thing, right? If he's seeing problems compared to other installments in a franchise, and he notices those differences, he's not afraid to point those out, versus a lot of other people who are just going to sit there and go, this is absolutely amazing. And it's like, all right, come on. Like, don't piss on my foot and tell me it's raining. Just give it to me straight. And that's what G-Man does. So, yeah, we watched the video, and I don't want to show off anybody's stuff without attribution. So please go like the video. If you haven't already, go subscribe to G-Man Lives. Really, he makes awesome videos, and I mean, he does a bunch of stuff. He does survival horror games, he does boomer shooters, he does arena shooters, he does like all of that stuff. So yeah, please, please, please go at the very least subscribe to his channel and give it a like for sure, because he's worth watching, and he always does anywhere between, say, like 15 to, I want to say the biggest one I saw might have been like 2.5 hours when it comes to reviews. So yeah, it's definitely worth it, and he does stuff all the time. It's like every few days he's got something new out. So yeah. Even if it's dog water, I get to watch Shadow Katana fight the Wobble Boob. That's true. And I mean, how many other times can you say you watched your streamer that you really, really like fight a giant pile of boobs? And actually, that's what it literally is somebody fighting a pile of boobs. That's pretty awesome, in my opinion. I'd watch that. All right, let me switch it over to Bayonetta. Bayonetta. There we go. All right. And there she is.
Sega.
What'd you do on Saturday? I watched a Florida man playing a Japanese schoolgirl have a sword fight with a boob demon. How about you? Exactly.
Bayonetta.
By the way, Sober, if you have not seen Bayonetta, couple of things to go over. One, they don't skimp on the hotness. They don't skimp on the kinkiness. Two, she is naked quite a lot, but it's covered, so there is some taste. Not that I care about that, but it's there. And three, the game is absolutely batshit insane, and I love all of it. Damn it. Jesus. Oh, fuck. I don't have any more lollipops. That's not good. Balls, shit, and wieners. Why is it not letting me concoct? Hello? Oh, because I have to hit A. That makes sense. But it's still not letting me. Why? Oh, maybe because I can only do one at a time, I'm assuming. There we go. Okay, yellow moon. Oh, shit. Damn it. Balls. I don't know anything about Lollipop Chainsaw. Fuck. Fuck. Give me health or a thing, please. Thank you. Ow. Fuck. Oh no. Ass. Oh, you bitch. God damn it. Holy shit. Ah, damn. Holy shit, nuts Christ. Fuck. Holy shit. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, fuck me running. Ooh, holy shit. Jesus Christ.
Now it's decided. So it is. The fear is still not gone from your eyes. Fear? The memories you've held for 500 years are the source of your fear. They cloud your vision. But now, you've accepted your fate. That is how you bested me. That is why you possess the most beloved of Umbran treasures.
The fantastic ass?
That is why you possess the left eye.
Oh.
We fought for this stone, and because of it, everyone died. That gem brings back so many memories. Why the left eye, our treasured left eye, will never fall into the hands of another. I will not stand for the wild ambition of a treacherous Lumen sage who disrupted our age-old balance. Your path ends here! Do not fear your fate. Stand, Teresa. In the innocence of our childhood, we used to play together as friends. But as time passed, perhaps even my eyes were clouded with fear. We were. Do not fear your fate. Stand, Teresa. Stand and open your eyes. For with every truth, there is another one to be seen.
You couldn't have told me this before my hands cramped up?
Hey, is it over? What? It's not like you don't scare the shit out of me all the time.
Cereza. I don't know whether to shoot you or to take you to Vegas for good luck, Cheshire.
Give me more credit than that. If you must know where L-U-K-A Luca is concerned, there's no such thing as luck. Only skill. You didn't expect me to trust bitches. I mean, witches, did you, Bayonetta?
How's the little one?
Out like a light. But okay other than that. What about you? You really think I'm gonna let myself be seen in public with a girl looking all beat up like that?
Oh. I look dreadful, do I?
Huh?
You'll have to learn to wipe that stupid look off your face, or I'll never let you keep chasing me around this world. Got that? Luca?
Now that's more like it.
And now he's the puppy dog again. He had one moment of clarity, and now he's just the puppy dog. God damn it, Luca.
Oh, what a day!
He had one small moment of clarity where he got her, and she wasn't expecting it, and then it just went right back around to him chasing ass. That's it. He's hopeless.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready, fire!
Yeah, I bought accessories. Don't know how to use them, but I bought them. Well, one. Damn it. Damn it.
Round over.
I'd have to check. I can't remember what it's called, but I'd have to check. Yes, buy, exchange. There we go. Yes, for the love of God, save. And then I can go to the gates of hell.
Hey, check this out.
To be fair, it's a nice ass to chase. Oh, I'm not denying that, but...
Heard that in a game once.
God damn it, Luca. So I have Celine's Light. I think. I just don't know how to use it. And the other stuff, well, not so much. Oh, that would have been a nice one, too. Balls. But I have to get more lollipops, because I'm out. Those are 5,000 each. I'll do this one. What does the purple mega lollipop do? Ooh, I gotta get this. For sure. Covers vast amounts of magical power. Done. Does it tell me how many I have? No. Shit, nuts, balls. Techniques. Heel stomp. Afterburner kick. Temporarily gaining the power of flight while in midair, press right trigger twice quickly. Spinning punch can also be performed in midair. A wicked punch can also be summoned, depleting your magic gauge. Oh. Go into your inventory and equip. Oh, yeah, the thing that I didn't know how to do before. That. What is this? We'll change you into a costume that is a perfect match for Durga. Oh. Okay. Start. Now I'll go into the thing.
Welcome back, little one.
Mummy, where are we?
It looks like someone's expecting us. Awfully nice of them to roll out the red carpet.
Luca, you need to get one thing straight.
Yeah, I know. I won't look after you, so don't screw up. I got things under control.
Let's go. Stay next to me, little one.
Daddy?
What?
Daddy, it's Daddy!
Daddy?
Of course, Mummy. Can't you hear him? Okay, Daddy, I'm coming. And I'll bring Mummy with me.
Little one, wait!
This way, Mummy.
Little one! Little one!
Cerecita! Bayonetta! Damn it!
Okay. Okay, these are all items. It's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. Where's the thing? Oh. Duh. There's the thing. Ow. Fuck plants. Oh, Jesus. Give me that one. Thank you. I love how everybody's just hanging around. That can't be good. Oh. Jesus. Okay, we got some health back. I like it. Ah. Corgi, what's going on, buddy? I'll take it. Ooh, give me all of that stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'll take these two. Uh-oh. Well, sleep around 6 when you just woken up. Nothing wrong with that. Oh. Can't remember what came out with that witch time concept first, but I like the dodge. And then time slows, but I like it too. Want to try this so bad, but just couldn't. Oh, it got ruined for you? Oh, that's a bummer. Also, how you doing, Spice Boy? Just working. I hear ya. I know how that goes. Fuck. Jesus. Oh yeah, this is my favorite weapon for her. Oh shit. Aim, fire, climb out. Whoa! Jesus! Giggle lollipop. Nice and simple, just how I like it. Point, shoot, explode. This bit feels very Earth Defense Force. Yes. Yes, it does. There we go. Okay. Oops, wrong button. Here. Item. No. Item. Yes. Yeah. I like how arcadey this game is. Oh, I love it. The island in the sun. Okay. Good, this gives my fucking forearm time to rest. Holy shit. The Etherval Group, once a medium-sized IT company through the acquisitions, has broadened its business base and become one of the world's leading conglomerates. Their base of operations is on a man-made island off the coast of Vigrid known as Isla del Sol. Isla del Sol was initially constructed to concentrate Vigrid's urban functions in one area and facilitate expansion. However, its true function is to funnel enormous power to the ruling authorities, creating an autonomous region under Etherval Group control in order to facilitate the creation of a theocracy. Oh boy. Bayonetta asked the question, swords, guns, or lycra-clad witches? And the answer is yes, all of them. True. Fafo, what's going on, buddy? The dialogue makes me want to vomit and get shot by you simultaneously. Fair. CEO of Etherval Group, claiming to be the descendant of the Lumen, has used his economic and political strength, even exploiting the faith of the people, to bend Vigrid to his will. That is how he was able to influence the construction of the island as well as the city's urban planning to match his own religious views. Buildings are lined up as if they were an enormous spiral being drawn toward the center of the island, a symbol of the trinity of realities known as the cosmos of chaos. Among these urban structures, there are SAM-equipped strategic defense sites known as Gjallarhorns, tall buildings creating a skyward barrier that is nearly impregnable. At the center of this curtain of defense lies the Etherval building, the heart of the Etherval conglomerate. I've been able to obtain important information regarding the building itself. While it may be the outward symbol of the city's wealth and pride, the inner sanctum of the building is home to advanced energy research that the Etherval CEO is secretly using as leverage that he hopes will allow him to remake the world according to his vision. It sounds absurd, but I've seen things on that island so strange that I believe it now with all my heart and soul. Impregnable. Good word, impregnable. It's true, it is. That's a bad translation? What's the translation? Elevators have all been stopped. Must be some sort of automatic safety device. But this flimsy gate can be broken to make a way outside. Oh, nice. Perfect. Ow. What? Wait. So it should say, Isla Dentro del Sol? What is... Okay, so from what I understand, and I'm just going by what the game says, Isla del Sol is supposed to be Island of the Sun? At least that's what they're calling it. Okay, but if you take out Dentro, right, and it's just Isla del Sol, isn't that Island of the Sun? Like, I genuinely don't know. I know enough Spanish to get my ass kicked, so... Isla del Sol is more like Sun's Island. Okay, so this is... Okay, so this is where they are playing with words. English does this all the time. What they're doing is they're taking Sun's Island, right? If it's Isla del Sol, they're taking Sun's Island, and they're making it sound better with more words. So it's Sun's Island, which means that it is the island of the sun, because it's the sun's island, right? And they just go, oh, well, we'll call it Island of the Sun, because it sounds better. It's like the pyramid. There's a pyramid of the sun and of the moon. Oh, no kidding. I didn't know that. Yeah, no, sadly, I know enough Spanish to get my ass kicked. That's about it. Oh, and to say there is an elephant in my pants. Or no, sorry, I have an elephant in my pants. That's kind of like French, where literally the only thing that I used to be able to say in French is I am a pineapple. Just useless stuff that has no bearing whatsoever on anything. Yeah, I think that'll be all the Platinum Games games, except maybe Ninja Gaiden 4. I mean, to be completely fair, I actually... So, we were talking about this last night during the Xbox showcase, because they showed quite a bit of stuff, right? But there have been a lot of games the Platinum's put out. Lot of games. Like, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, which a lot of people love. Even I love it. Right? That's Platinum. Neo, and they showed Neo 3. Ninja Gaiden 3, Ninja Gaiden Black, Ninja Gaiden 4. Like, they're cranking them out. And to be fair, and what I love about Platinum is that they are, they're the way that Capcom used to be in terms of fighting games like this. Oh, is it Rise of the Ronin? No. Oh, it is Rise of the Ronin. Okay. Yeah, like, Platinum Games, their games work the way that, like, the old Devil May Cry games used to work. If you hit a button, it didn't take 18 years for the character to do something. Those are all Team Ninja. Well, hang on, let's see. Because my forearm needs a break anyway, so give me a second. Let me see. Platinum Games. Ninja Gaiden 4 is Platinum, yes. I'm just bringing up the Wikipedia so we can see what games they have done. Games developed. Here we go. We got Mad World, Bayonetta, Vanquish, Anarchy Reigns, MGRR, The Wonderful 101, Bayonetta 2, Legend of Korra, Transformers Devastation, 8-Bit Bayonetta, Star Fox Zero, Star Fox Guard, Mutants in Manhattan for TMNT, Nier Automata, Astral Chain, Wonderful 101 Remastered, World of Demons, Soul Cresta, Babylon's Fall, Bayonetta 3, Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon, Ninja Gaiden 4, and Project GG, whatever that is. And then they've done additional work in Infinite Space, Final Fantasy 16, which, by the way, it can be felt, which is really good. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and Metal Gear Solid Delta, which I can totally believe as well, actually. So they've done quite a bit. They've definitely done quite a bit. I didn't realize they did Star Fox. But, I mean, again, I was never a Wii or a Wii U person, so, yeah. Astral Chain was fun at first. Astral Chain. Let me see. Directed by the guy who was previously lead game designer for Nier, under supervision by Devil May Cry and Bayonetta series creator Hideki Kamiya, and character designs from manga artist Masakazu Katsura. Okay. That sounds kind of fun, actually. It does sound kind of fun. I'll give him that. Huh. Oh, water. Okay. Back to Bayonetta. Oh, shit! I forgot! Oh, I gotta do this shit. I forgot about this. Wait, I need a lollipop. I never finished that one, but I don't remember why. It's so funny, isn't it? How, like, there's so many games that you're like, yeah, that game was great. And then you realize, oh shit, I never finished it. But you, for the life of you, cannot remember why you didn't. Lost internet, easy. Oh, good. I only had to do that once. Nope. I don't want to check. Why do I feel like that's going to be a problem? I need to hate play it, but only because I suck, not because it's jank. No, I agree. I'm like that all the time with stuff. I have to hate play it too. Big booba. Also, I will say that this is a vast improvement compared to the pile of boobs that we saw earlier.
You bring me enough of these halos, and maybe I can buy a ticket to space. always wanted to be a bald space marine. What can I do for you anyways?
Berserk is so amazing, though. So, funny thing, and I've, when I can, I have this list of anime that people have said I should give a watch to. I tried Berserk, and I feel like, if I'm being honest, I watched the 1997 version, or at least more than a few episodes, I'll put it that way. I feel like it's made specifically for people who have read the manga. I feel like that's what it is, because if, like me, you go into it blind, it doesn't make sense. Raises his hand. Yes. Is there something you'd like to share with the class? It won't at first, but as you watch, you learn about the characters and the politics and shit. Okay, so I'm not crazy. At the very least, the first 4 or 5 episodes just make no fucking sense. Right? Because, like, I was sitting there and I'm going, what? They don't. I think the first episode is just to make people excited about the action. Yeah. I mean, that... Maybe I'll have to go back and pick it up again, because I watched like 5 episodes and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Then it goes back in time and you're like, yeah, and it's like, okay, and I get it, right? He was a child that was being treated like shit by some warrior or whatever, and he finally fucking hulked out and killed the guy, because he was going to be beaten within an inch of his life anyway. And then everybody blamed him instead of going, oh, this guy was an asshole, right? And they just blamed him for killing him, and he ran away. And I was like, okay, got that part. Fine. Why is he fighting the mushroom or the onion knight from Dark Souls? With the giant axe. You know what I mean? It's like, what? What? I don't want to have watched and read a lot of outside source material. That's my problem too. But now that I know that it actually, like, does get better and I'm not just going fucking crazy, it may be worth watching again. You don't know anything about that, but they do explain who he's fighting and why as you go. Okay, fair enough. It's not required. I think that's a good thing. I think it's definitely a good thing. Also, I can't remember which one it was, but there was an anime that I heard of where literally the last episode of the anime itself is just really rapid cuts between action sequences that make zero sense. It is, at least it seems to be. Well, no, Berserk. So, Bloop, Thafo, Pixel Pixie, bunch of other people have said that Berserk is good. It's not great, but it's good. And then I was asking and everything like that, like, why is this happening? Why is that I have no context for this and so on? And maybe it's because I haven't watched it in a bit. I don't know. But even they were like, well, maybe you should put it down for a little bit. Is there a name to that? I can't remember the name. And it's not Evangelion, because I know I've watched every single Evangelion thing, right? It's not that. I know what you're talking about, but that's not it. It's two people and they're fighting and they're moving so fucking fast that it didn't make any sense to animate them. So instead, the director decided he was just gonna make goofy shit happen in the background to literally make it so that it appeared they were moving so fast. No, it's not JoJo. No. JoJo's many other things, but what I'm talking about is not it. Is it the one with the woman with the horns? I don't know. I have no idea. I think I might have been watching like an episode of the Trash Taste podcast or something like that, and they were like ranking anime. This was like months ago. They were ranking anime by decade. And I can't remember the name of it, but it was one that I was interested in only because the director was like, everything was moving so fast and these two people are fighting one another so fucking fast that even if you tried to animate it, it wouldn't make any sense. So instead what he did is he'd just do quick cuts the entire time, and it's like... It's something like 20 to 30 minutes of nothing but quick cuts, and they're just constantly kicking the shit out of each other, but it's all happening so fast that you can't see it. And then it goes into this really weird, like, black and white motif for some reason, and nobody can figure out why. And then it goes from, like, a black and white motif to two white silhouettes on a black background, and then it cuts back and forth between that and two black silhouettes on a white background, and so on and so... It's nuts. And it's not One Punch Man either. I don't know... I don't know of any woman with horns named 02. I have no idea. But it's definitely not One Punch Man. That's for sure. It's like a... If I had to place it just by, like, memory alone, which, again, could very well be inaccurate, it's... very much in the style of Berserk in terms of like the style of anime. It could have been Gurren Lagann. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Something I liked that I didn't think I would was Dandadan. That is one that they did bring up. It could have been Gurren Lagann. I don't know. I'd have to watch the thing over, in all honesty, Bloop. And it was, like I said, it was months ago. We'll take a look, though. We'll definitely take a look in a little bit and see if I can find it. Because now I'm like kind of interested as to like what the fuck I'm talking about. I couldn't get into Dandadan. Really? Why is that? I don't know anything about it, so... Alien versus Ghosts. Oh. It was just too off the wall for me. Okay, I mean, that's fair. I think that's fair. I think what helped me was I had someone to talk to about it. Okay, and I mean, also, that's fair, too. That was kind of one of my biggest things with Neon Genesis Evangelion, is I had nobody to talk to about it. I had a couple of friends who really liked anime, but they liked certain kinds of anime, and I tried to get them into Neon Genesis, and like after the second episode, they didn't care for it, and I was like, okay, fair, but now I don't have anybody to talk to about Evangelion with. That's what I like, weird off-the-wall stuff. Have you tried Evangelion? Because Evangelion is probably, like, no bullshit, the weirdest. You haven't? Bro, like, I'm not even kidding. If you're looking for a mind fuck, Evangelion is the way to go. Absolute mind fuck. And, by the way, and I can say this with 100% guarantee, no, there's not a lot of outside source material. That's the whole thing. You've got the shows, and you got the movies, and that's it. That's all there is. There's not a lot of outside source material. You watch the show, and then you just look online to see which movies you watch to make sure that you do it in the correct order. And I guarantee you that none of anything that's explained in the movies is going to make any more sense for the show, and the show is not going to make any more sense of the movies. And even if you get the premise of everything that's going on, you're still going to be trying to figure out what the fuck is happening. Yeah, see, if it was like that, Fafo, I wouldn't even bother. But literally all you have to do is watch the show, then watch the movies in order, and that's it. But you don't need to play the games of Evangelion to understand what's going on. That's the whole point. It's not like, oh, well, I need to watch the show, then I need to play the games, then I need to read the manga. The manga doesn't help anything. The manga doesn't do shit. It doesn't help anything, especially because of the themes that are being shown in Evangelion. You're never gonna get any more out of the games or the manga than you will if you didn't read them. So it's like, you can read them, that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. You can play the games, that's cool, there's nothing wrong with that. But you're not gonna get anything more out of them other than, oh, I can read this instead of watch it, or I can, you know, interact with that world via video game instead of just watching it. So it is there, but you don't need any of that. Literally, it's just watch the show, watch the movies in order, and it still won't make any more sense. Oh, I don't doubt the games are hard. I don't doubt the games are hard. I'm not saying that they aren't. I'm saying, in terms of what's going on, you're not going to get any more out of them. I know, because I've played some of them. You're not going to get any more out of them. The games in the manga don't explain anything that's happening. That's my point, right? Especially once you get to that last episode of Evangelion, it doesn't fucking matter if you read the manga or played the games or not. And especially, like, if you've once you get to the last movie, again, there is absolutely zero pertinence to playing the games or reading the manga, because both of them are just so batshit insane. It's crazy. It's hard because not all of them are translated, so you don't know what the fuck is happening. No, I agree. I agree. However, if you watch the series and you watch the movies, then you get the general idea of what's going on. So at least there's that, right? And especially if they have some characters at certain periods of time, you can pinpoint it as to when it's happening compared to the series and the movies. Seriously, I would give Evangelion... I really would give Evangelion a shot. If you're looking for a mindfuck, I really would. There is no greater mindfuck in anime. And that's saying a lot. Because that shit came out in, what, the early 90s? Early to mid-90s? Somewhere around there? It is a massive mindfuck. I wish that was something that I could actually, like, watch with you guys on stream and talk about. I really do. But, sadly, that's not something that can happen. Okay, well, none of this looks good. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. What in the shit? Oh my god. That works. Or not. Because I fucked up royally. No. No! Oh my god, why? This is going to suck. Because for whatever reason... Holy Jesus. Yeah, just overshoot. That's fine. What the fuck? I didn't even hit anything that time. Hello? Oh my Christ. Oh, why? This is kind of stupid. Okay, let's go read a book. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Ithaval CEO 1. The Ithaval Group holds complete control over Vigrid, planning the city and arming it to the teeth, all while using rhetorical flourishes to conceal the conglomerate's many dark facets. The company's vast political and economic power has created an island held as the symbol of modernity. Isla del Sol, or Isla del Sol, is placed its headquarters at the symbol's very center. At the conglomerate's top stands a man said to be a descendant of the long-departed Lumen, a man who has earned the adoration of the people, Balder. Balder is, as they say, a mystery wrapped in an enigma. If he is truly one of the descendants of the Lumen, that would mean that the blood in his veins has been pumping since their extermination some 500 years ago. However, even if you look back through the decades of Vigrid's records, there is no knowledge of anyone with a Lumen lineage. Furthermore, if you search for information on his hometown, schooling, work, history, or family, you find that it has all been forged. There is no record of his life before Ithaval, nor are there any stories of unimpeachable veracity. It seems like he has been hiding details of his life ever since his birth. I have already chronicled the unprecedented military expansion and turbulent movements related to next-gen energy research taking place in Vigrid. However, a man who has for years or even decades hidden the facts of his life is now at the very pinnacle of power of a conglomerate with literally earth-shaking might. The question begs to be asked, what is this man capable of? Oh boy. I would have raged and smashed the control. Well, it's like, I know there's something that I'm missing, but I don't know what. Watching the Xbox showcase at the same time, the Steam Deck killer, not even Nintendo was that low. Well, so here's the thing. I'm all for competition. I think competition breeds innovation, which is all well and fine. The Steam Deck is awesome. But if you have something that can allow you to play stuff on Steam, Game Pass, Ubisoft Connect, EA, Epic, GOG, whenever you want, and it's portable, and it can play PC games, yeah, that's definitely a fucking Steam Deck killer. And it's definitely a Switch killer. Oh, okay. I think I see now. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, but there is no ooh crowd when it comes to Nintendo. And there hasn't been for a long while. So I have to get over there. There we go. Yeah, no, once they switched over from, like, GameCube to the Wii, it just became all family-friendly stuff. Like, they definitely used to be like that. Absolutely, but it's been a while. Oh, no. Aw, shit. There we go. Wait, the Wii U was announced with Silk Song included? It's really been that long? Oh, I guess I went the wrong way. Holy shit. I can't believe it's been that long. That's insane. Oh, I was going the wrong way. Oh, this is gonna suck. Wow, they really make you cut that close, don't they? Jesus. I guess I'm going up? I guess? No. Was there a thing? Oh. Yeah, easier just to hit him. Her singed ankles, right? God, I miss how responsive games like this were. I'm also really afraid to take my eyes off of anything and look at the background because the camera keeps moving. Ooh, Sophia, thank you for the hydrate. How you doing? Okay, now I can actually pause. Bummed out. Uh-oh. Couldn't go to the cabin? Oh, that's a bummer. I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for.
Went to the cabin but had to come. Oh, yeah, that's... eh. Damn it!
Round over.
Wait, why can I not? Oh, because I don't have 30 points. Okay, fair enough. Okay, save. Yes. Gates of Hell.
You here for business or pleasure? Either way, I'll hook you up.
Items. Need all the green lollipops. Need the Giga Lollipop.
What follows those living in the light is nothing but the profound, empty darkness born from the shadow that grows longer as they approach the brilliant radiance. To truly see, your eyes must be open to both light and dark. Don't you agree, my dear child?
Little one.
You've arrived, my dear, sweet Cereza. My.
Ooh, that sounds good, Corgi.
The grim face, my dear. As a child, your smile was warmer than the sun.
So, you are the last of the Lumen sages.
I am indeed. My name is Balder, but if you so choose, you may address me as Father. There is much you have forgotten. It has been 500 years since we last met. If your memories were still intact, this would have been a much more emotional reconciliation.
How did you get the girl?
Where shall I begin? We, the Lumen Sages, and your Umbra Witches, have long been the overseers of history, each bearing witness with their own eye. This is how our universes existence was preserved. However, for 500 years, you have been exiled from the world's affairs. You are the left eye of the eyes of the world.
Could you dispense with the riddles and just tell me what these sodding eyes actually are?
Your years of slumber have caused you to forget many things, even as we stand on the verge of the resurrection of the Creator. The resurrection of Jubileus. There is but one way to return your epic of forgotten memories and open your eye of the Overseer. Your uncorrupted eye had to be exposed to the history it could not see. Ah. Your battles, your struggles, everything you've experienced in this town has been a stepping stone for your enlightenment.
Welcome back, Spice Boy.
It has all been done for the left eye.
I've had enough of your philosophical pretensions. I won't ask again. Where did you get the girl?
Your question has been answered. All this has been done to awaken the left eye. For that, you had to see yourself once more.
You are truly beyond salvation, sage.
Ah, salvation. Such a curious word. I mark the path to salvation with light. However, no matter how brilliant that light grows, the darkness within the human heart grows even darker. Light, dark, and chaos between. Three realities, once split, shall be brought together to create a new universe in the image of the old. To these ends, leading to the Festival of Resurrection 500 years ago, I fanned the flames of terror, spurring on the witch hunts. However, despite the people's belief in the return of Jubileus, the Creator, the left eye was out of reach. Since then, I have devoted myself to this town's prosperity, and now it is time for my preparations to bear fruit. Jubileus will be resurrected. We will become the eyes of the world, and a new universe will take hold.
Mummy! I could never call the man behind this nightmare father.
Great speech, big guy.
Luca.
Getting a bit ahead of ourselves, aren't we, Mr. Big Shot Ithaval Executive? Salvation, light. You take this entrepreneurial philosophy a bit seriously, don't you? But it's all diarrhea of the mouth, if you ask me. History is littered with famous genocidal figures, just like you. Or, should I say, infamous genocidal figures.
You must be Luca, journalist extraordinaire. I must say, I'm truly impressed you've made it this far, child. Like father, like son, I suppose.
What?
Luca, Luca, Luca. Your father had problems with my philosophies. It's fine to investigate, but when malicious rumors start to spread, I must see to it that they come to a stop. For being kind enough to ascertain that my long-lost eraser was at the bottom of some lake, I granted him his final wish and accepted his permanent resignation.
You bastard!
You are of no use to me. However, I am not without dignity. I will allow you to die in the same manner as your father.
That's not how his father died.
Well, I guess my plan has gone right out the window. Such a shame that sacrifice had to be made. But if destiny is not fulfilled soon, this tragedy will be repeated ad nauseum. Speaking of tragedy, I suppose you've met Jean. While she sealed you away and kept you from trouble, after falling into our hands, she's been incredibly useful. Although her distinct lack of obedience required a bit of mental reprogramming. Her tragic end led you directly to me, just as planned. The time for awakening the left eye is soon. Fear not, my dear, sweet Cereza. That's it, Cereza. Do not fear your fate. Stand tall, my child. Realize your true potential.
Why didn't you just kick him in the nuts?
Cereza, we are one, my child.
Oh. That's not good. That's not good. Uh-oh. Jesus. Holy shit. Okay, that's bad. And I get hit by a satellite. That's also bad.
Don't fuck with a witch.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, Jubileus, the Creator, grace you!
Alpo, what's going on, buddy?
I've got to give you credit, Bayonetta. You never cease to impress.
You haven't seen the half of it.
I've seen enough. Well, that about wraps it up, huh?
Not yet.
They're behind by about 15, 25 seconds? Really? That's not good.
Mummy! Daddy!
No need to be afraid, little one. The nightmare is over. Everything was just a dream. You're a strong little girl. There is nothing you cannot overcome.
Mummy? Did you find it? What you were looking for?
Yes, I found it. So don't you worry anymore. You just keep your treasure safe too. Sweet dreams, little one. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words. Never lose it. Understand, little one? You must keep it safe, close to your heart. I'm not afraid anymore, Mummy. No matter what. There's nothing I cannot do.
Bayonetta! What's happening to you?
And now it is done. The right eye oversees the light. The left eye oversees the darkness. 2 eyes to oversee the world. It was never the woman known as Bayonetta that I set my sights upon. It was you as a child, Cereza, that I saw. For she was the one who saw the world through innocent eyes, and she was the one who could give rise to a new history. It was her energy that could awaken the left eye. This has all worked out splendid.
That's entirely possible, Spice Boy.
Let us begin, Cereza. The time is at hand. Now, the resurrection of Jubileus shall be completed. We are the eyes, overseeing the world. We are the eyes, overseeing a new era, a new reality, to which we will devote ourselves eternally. Jubileus the Creator grace all of its creations.
There were a lot of things that just happened. Just be like, here's 360p, okay, now here's 360p, 30 FPS. Oh, God.
Ready, fire!
Damn it. Damn it.
Round over.
Oh, now we're at the epilogue. Jesus.
You really want to make a deal with the devil? Relax. I'm just fucking with you.
Right. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Divide themselves into multiple beings by using this treasured item. Is able to face several foes at once during battle. Her exploits have recently come back into vogue. Depletes magic gauge. Movement span of demon youth known as the Little Devils. Okay. Protection of butterflies? Absorbs attacks on their behalf. Or absorbing attacks on their behalf before breaking up. Interesting. American Navajo legends state that these braces were crafted by the witch known as Yanaldushi. They allow the user to replenish their vitality by taunting an enemy. Turquoise, shunned as a source of magical power, is still in use today in the Navajo talismans. Okay. I'm so not looking forward to the 16-hour flight tomorrow. 16 hours? Holy crap, dude. Sweet Jeebus, where are you going? If you don't mind me asking. Piece created by the witch Ako in the service of the ancient Japanese Queen Himiko. When its user dodges incoming danger, the beads will launch a magical counter-strike against the attacker. UAE, oh, no kidding. Wow. Attending a wedding and we'll try to look for work. Well, fair enough. Definitely fair enough. The Wrath of Heavens. During the witch hunts, the Melanese witch Karaba was forced into gauntlets in which she was brutally murdered by angels. Jesus. Said to be an affront. Fuck it. Let's do it. Here, I'll actually save again. There we go. Last chapter ended strong. Yeah. Might as well. Sir, you just put a dick in the sky? Just saying.
Thank God. There's still time. The left eye, our treasured left eye, will never fall into the hands of another. It is the pride of the Umbra Witches.
What in the fuck? just blowing up his shit everywhere.
Nah, Jean. You've provided me with many blessings. The one and only authentic left eye. Merely seeing it must stir jealousy within you. Your body must yearn to feel a new universe form around it.
I have no intentions of gazing upon the left eye. I am here to reclaim my Umbran sister.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay, I just keep going.
The time has come for Jubileus to return. At last, the Trinity of Realities will know their real ruler, and time will begin anew.
Cereza, wake up!
Are you insane? Light and dark. Unless both sides remain, the universe will lose its balance and face another Armageddon.
Then this thing should have slept for eternity. Now you must wake up, Cereza. Cereza! Cereza! Damn you! Open your eyes!
Jean.
Cereza, you aren't the person I sealed away 500 years ago. You have the strength to overcome this and fight. Finish this!
Thank you for the hydrate.
My, oh my. No one can control Jubileus now. His power is too intense. Light, dark, human. All the strife, all the struggle. The Trinity of Realities, wrapped up in a vortex of creation.
That's not good. Jesus.
rest, my friend. I'm off to get that black cat.
Holy shit. Yeah, camera angles are going fucking insane. What the fuck? Uh-oh. Okay, wait a minute. I gotta do a thing. Hang on. That first. Second. Much better. Oh, fuck off. There we go. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, shit. No. Oh, God damn it. Hang on. Last tiny lollipop. What in the... Really? Jesus, they don't give you any time. Holy shit. Wow. They really don't give you any fucking time. Really? There. Jesus. Finally. That's kind of unfair. What the fuck? Okay, that's bad. Holy shit. This thing has no chill. No, you need to get up. How in the... Oh, I know what I gotta do. Okay, fair enough. I gotta get behind those things so that I don't get dragged in. What's going on, True? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ah. Ordered a new PC, nice. Got lazy? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh no. Now what? God damn it. Essentially, yeah. I have exactly 0 things. Automatically used when vitality is depleted. Okay. Sure. Why not? Wow. Really? Holy shit. Oh, God, no. Why? Gonna do all this shit again. Jesus. Ow. No, God damn it. Oh. Wow. Jesus! Hit the planet. Holy shit. Oh, okay, I see why, because you have to make her, you have to dodge it. That's fine. Yeah, you gotta send her to the sun. Yep. Oh god, things are getting past her. You know what? I'll take a bronze. That's fine. I'm just happy I beat it. Wait, is that really it? That's how they leave it? Excuse me? Oh, okay, we're fine. Oh, and the credits are stomped.
We managed to stop this abomination, and it's still going to destroy the world.
John!
Come now. You're one of a kind. If you die here, who's going to save the world? I'll send you home, even if it kills me. Now, let's finish this.
Oh, God.
You and I are going home together. John, we're both one of a kind.
This is a giant fuck-off hand.
Those are the eyes I've been waiting to see.
2 giant fuck-off hands. I'm not gonna lie, if I was one of those cultists and things didn't happen,
This is getting ridiculous.
How
do you keep surviving all this?
I would really, really need to know
You're trying to sneak up on me right
who
now.
to curb stomp.
Aren't you, Bayonetta?
To eternal sorrow. I am the way to a forsaken...
No rest for the wicked. But at least she's at peace, back in the box she came from. And I guess I'm gonna have to find a new racket to line my pockets. No bonus for old Enzo this time. As fucking usual.
You know how it works with witches, Enzo. They make a deal with the devil, and when they die, the devil gets his due. You get sucked down into hell and wandering around scared shitless for eternity. Kinda comes with the territory.
Why are you telling me this? Is this not why we are standing here? Praying for her soul to rest in peace? I better not be out here catching a fucking cold if these prayers don't mean nothing.
It's nice to think your prayers are worth a damn, isn't it? You made a killing exploiting her. Hell, you never know. She might get lonely and come back to haunt your ass.
Haunt me? Hell can keep her then.
I said I'd never give up chasing you. I just never thought the chase would end like this.
I mean, I get flowers on the coffin, but the whole
Said it was a
tree?
demon repellent. Might help you on the road ahead.
Hey! Hey, wait a second! What the hell are they coming down here to get her for?
Of course they'd come for the prize they've been seeking all along.
Holy shit! You're...
This looks ridiculous on me. I swear, this is the last time I cosplay.
You hear that? That's your cue.
Will you hurry up? Don't tell me you fell asleep in that thing again.
Hey! What the? You gotta fucking be kidding me! You're telling me she's... Unfucking believable!
Morning! What with shoving me into this filthy old casket? And next time some air holes would be nice. Fewer words, ideally.
Save the chit-chat for later. We've got work to do.
extra ingenue?
It has a bit of rosemary. In the language of flowers, rosemary equates to remembrance. Suits me now, doesn't it? Let's dance, boys!
Nice. Okay. What the? Oh, shit. Okay. This is a really cool way to end a game. Wow. Really is a shame that I can't play the other two. Really is a shame. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Oh, what a day!
Oh, these are all the trophies. Okay. Gotcha. Congratulations! That's cool. They don't make games like this anymore. And it really sucks, too. They didn't need to go this hard for people to fall in love with the game, but they did anyway, 'cause fuck it. And you don't get shit like this anymore. You just don't. I don't know how Bayonetta 3 is. Maybe it's a return to form after so long. I have no idea, but it's very, very, very rare that you get a game that gives you this much. Like, they really... Okay, this might sound a little stupid, but like, you know how with Devil May Cry was cool, but it took itself seriously in a lot of ways. This game didn't take itself seriously whatsoever. Like, the story is there, the characters are playing it deadpan, right? They're playing it serious, and that's all well and fine, but the game itself is fucking bonkers. And that's what makes it so good. It's like, oh, here's this really hot witch in, tight latex, and she goes naked, and then monsters come out of her hair when she goes naked, and it eats things. And it's like, that's apparently just a thing that happens in this world. Also, she really likes dancing on a stripper pole. Okay. Sure, why not? I've acquired handguns. Oh boy. Yeah, save the data. Wait a minute, what? This is insanity. And now she's dancing with the naked angels. What the fuck? It's still going! Wow. That is the fucking craziest ending I have ever seen. Jesus. That is insane. I had to take a break from cutting stickers for that. Oh, because I didn't hit start. Wow. That was nuts. Okay, what do we have for extra? Concept art, 3D models, new release. Let's Dance Boys? What is this? I'm scared. Oh, okay, it's the same thing. Got it. Got it. Yes, skip the we just watched that. Old? Oh, that's cool. God, they really do give you a lot. Horse torture, I missed that last few minutes there. Better not. No, there. Do we have to show her the dance? Are you sure you don't want to see the dance? It's pretty awesome. There's no horse torture. Yeah, no, not an actual horse. No. What do you say, Sophia? You want to see the dance? True, this dance does not have any horses, real or fake. Because I stepped away in need of a special brownie doesn't mean everyone else has to suffer. Okay, no, trust me, no one's gonna suffer. Literally no one is gonna suffer. Ready, go.
Let's dance, boys.
This man is a genius, Medicine. Oh yeah, somebody had to dance this. Absolutely. This probably could be himself. One hell of a dance. No wonder she fits in that bodysuit so well. Yeah. Any plans for 100%? Okay, here's the thing, because I know you're new to the channel. I suck at these kinds of games. So all those stone trophies that I got wasn't because the game was bad, it's because I'm awful. It would take me 10 years to try and 100% this thing. See, wasn't that a good dance, Sophia? Oh, hell yeah. There you go. Okay, concept art. I'm kind of scared now. What else are they going to throw at me? Wow. That's fair. Yeah, it's just because I'm fucking awful at these games. I love them, but I'm awful. They really did a lot. They again, they did not have to go this hard. They really did not have to go this hard for this game, but they did. Awful. I'm terrible at these games. Literally the only thing that I'm good at is hitting buttons really fast. What buttons I'm hitting, I don't know half the time. I have zero clue. I'm just hitting buttons. That's where the Metal Gear Solid training comes in, because I can fucking hit a button like nobody's business. I'm still not sure I believe you, but damn it, now that song is stuck in my head. Which one? Fly Me to the Moon? Or the one that you sing to your fish? I mean, I could always play that one. No. Fly me to no. Please, please, please don't play that one. Why? It's so good.
Bayonetta.
I know exactly 6 words in it. I mean, that's true. You do know 6 words. I will give you that 1,000,000%. There are 6 words that you know. Wait, what was that? Oh, okay, never mind. This is da 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 da. Is this? No, that's not it. Aha! Gonna do it.
素直に I love you 届けようきっと You love me 伝わるさ君に合うガラスの靴を探そう二人で Step and Go いつまでも深夜12時を過ぎたって僕らのラブマジックは時計はしないおいで召しませお姫様毒のリンゴを食べて眠っちゃいそうな素直すぎる君がとても愛しい
See, now you can see what he's singing.
当たり前以降宝物さ地球は回り日は昇り君は微笑む素直に I love you 届けようきっと You love me 伝わるさ君に似合うガラスの靴を探そう二人で Step and Go いつまでも深夜12時を過ぎたって君は僕の愛しい24時間シンデレラ Hey, hey, hey
I can see it, yes, and I know the letter's in there, but not in that configuration. Fair enough. Totally fair. Hang on, let me back out of Bayonetta. This was a really good game. This was a really, really, really fun game, and it's a shame. It really is a shame that, oh, what is Umbran Tears of Blood? Oh, okay. Yeah, it really is a shame that I can't play 2 or 3. That is a bummer. That is a massive, massive bummer. But that was fun. That I had a blast with it. I really did. What the hell? Why is this... Hang on. Did it? No, it didn't. Okay. Guess I'll have to do this, because it looked like Chrome fucked up. but it happens. There we go. Much better. It's 2 and 3 on exclusive systems. As far as I know, yes. Which is a bummer. Let me bring this up. And then bring this up. Yeah, so if I type in Bayonetta, there's only Bayonetta. Does anyone else wonder what he's doing? Well, I was typing in stuff. So the only other thing that I get when I type in Bayonetta is this, which is Bayonetta and the Vanquish bundle. That's it. Everything else is, it doesn't even pop up on Steam. Which is really, really sad. That's really sad. It is a shame. It is, because I enjoyed the crap out of this game. It's stupid, it's fast, it's goofy, it's sexy, it's a lot of things all wrapped into one, and I was here for it. It's on Wii U and Switch? Yeah, it's on Wii U and Switch, and then I think Bayonetta 3 is also on Switch. So yeah, those are unfortunately relegated to only Nintendo, which is a bummer. Because this was fun. It was. It reminds me of the way that the old, like the original Devil May Cry games were. Sadly, Nintendo stepped in and got the rights for 2 and 3. Yeah, that sucks. Damn it, Nintendo. Why do you do this to me? Okay, so let me bring up a thing here really quick. Hang on. Oops, that's the wrong thing. There. Okay. Much better. So, Bayonetta is checked off, which is nice. We've got Ace Attorney. We got Darktide. I'm waiting for Darktide for when sober really feels better. Castlevania. We got BF6, which isn't coming out till October. Chronos the New Dawn I have, but I'm waiting till spoopy season for that. I want to get Silent Hill F Routine, but we don't know when that's actually coming. Poppy Playtime looked like fun. Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties, those are in a bundle. I checked on Steam. Those come together. Judgment, I do have to finish Judgment. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, I really would like. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, absolutely. And then possibly Sekiro. So there's still definitely stuff that we have that we can do. There's definitely still stuff that we can do. So we can... Oh, God. I don't remember how to fucking do any of this. Hang on. Here... I don't remember how to work... I don't remember how to work Obsidian at all. I'm going to have to relearn it all over again. Because it's all done by code. So I'm thinking... just to kind of give everybody's eyeballs a little bit of a break, because there was a lot of shiny, flashy, blowy-uppy shit. I'm thinking Ace Attorney. I've never played them. Has anybody here played them? I've heard they're really good. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Ace Attorney. Because Chronos, Silent Hill F, Routine, Poppy Playtime, Vampire, I want to leave that stuff for, like, second week, maybe third, for October. And we're not too far away. I mean, we've only got a few days left until it becomes October, so it's not that far out. But yeah, I'm thinking just Ace Attorney. What do you guys think? I haven't played that yet. Yup for Ace Attorney. Okay. Well, at the very least, we can get started with it. I think I have to download it still. Hang on. But it's not going to take that long. I don't think I have them installed. Just played the first one. It's pretty darn good. Oh, okay. The Ace Attorney Trilogy. Install. Oh, wow. It's only 2 gigs. It's going to be done before I can change the damn thing. I don't even know which one I'm playing, if I'm being honest. Is it Miles Edgeworth? Is that the one that I'm supposed to be playing? I have no idea. Ace Attorney Trilogy. There we go. That's much better. I think that's it. Yeah. That's the one. The first one, Ace Attorney. Oh. Well, yeah, but there's like a gajillion Ace Attorneys when I look it up. That's why I was confused. That's why I was confused. Okay, fuck it. Let's do it. I've never played them, so yeah, screw it. Why not? Press enter. Okay. Holy shit, that's loud. Give me a second. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn that beepy off. Fuck that noise. English language, that's fine. I know you can't see. Just give me a second. Why is this? Ah, okay, found it. Much better. Okay. Now it should come up. Hopefully. There we go. It was in a stupid little window. Episode 1, the first turnabout. Yes, play. Absolutely. Let's do it. We got a couple hours. Gasp, gasp. Oh. Damn it, why me? I can't get caught, not like this. I've got to find someone to pin this on. Someone like him. I'll make it look like he did it. August 3rd, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Boy, am I nervous. Right. Whoa. Oh, hiya, Chief. Phew, I'm glad I made it on time. Well, I have to say, Phoenix, I'm impressed. Not everyone takes on a murder trial right off the bat like this. It says a lot about you and your client as well. Thanks. Actually, it's because I owe him a favor. A favor? You mean you knew the defendant before this case? Yes. Actually, I kind of owe my current job to him. He's one of the reasons I became an attorney. Well, that's news to me. I want to help him out any way I can. I just really want to help him. Oh, wait, no, this is Phoenix. I just really want to help him. I owe him that much. It's over. My life, everything, it's all over. Is that your client screaming over there? Yeah, it's him. Death, despair. Oh. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna die. It sounds like he wants to die. Yeah. Nick! Hey there, Larry. Dude, I'm so guilty. Tell them I'm guilty. Give me the death sentence. I ain't afraid to die. What? What's wrong, Larry? Oh, it's all over. I'm finished. Finished. I can't live in a world without her. I can't. Who took her away from me? Nick, who did this? Oh, Nick, you gotta tell me. Who took my baby away? The person responsible for your girlfriend's death? The newspapers say it was you. My name is Phoenix Wright. Here's the story. My first case is a fairly simple one. A young woman was killed in her apartment. The guy they arrested was the unlucky sap dating her. Larry Butts, my best friend since grade school. Our school had a saying, when something smells, it's usually the butts. Oh. In the 23 years I've known him, it's usually been true. He has a knack for getting himself in trouble. One thing I can say, though, it's usually not his fault. He just has terrible luck. But I know better than anyone that he's a good guy at heart. That, and I owe him one, which is why I took the case, to clear his name. And that's just what I'm going to do. August 3rd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2. Oh, God. Ooh, wait a minute. I guess I do need this on. The court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Larry Butts. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The, defense is ready, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, this is your first trial, is it not? Yes, Your Honor. I'm, a little nervous. Your conduct during this trial will decide the fate of your client. Murder is a serious charge. For your client's sake, I hope you can control your nerves. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, given the circumstances, I think we should have a test to ascertain your readiness. Yes, Your Honor. And shaking, eyesight fading. The test will consist of a few simple questions. Answer them correctly and concisely. Please state the name of the defendant in this case. Larry Butts. The defendant? Well, that's Larry Butts, Your Honor. Correct. Just keep your wits about you and you'll do fine. Next question. This is a murder trial. Tell me, what's the victim's name? I knew this one. Glad I read the case report cover to cover so many times. It's... Wait. Uh-oh. No way. I forgot. I'm drawing a total blank here. Phoenix, are you absolutely sure you're up to this? You don't even know the victim's name? Oh, the victim. Of course, I know the victim's name. I, just forgot. Temporarily. I think I feel a migraine coming on. Look, the victim's name is listed in the court record. Just press tab to check it at any time, okay? Remember to check it often. Do it for me, please. I'm begging you. What? But, oh, Cindy. Okay, fair enough. Mr. Wright, who is the victim in this case? Cindy. It said Cinder Block. The victim's name is Cindy Stone. Correct. Now tell me, what was the cause of death? She died because she was... loss of blood due to blunt force trauma. Hit with a blunt object. She was struck once by a blunt object. Correct. You've answered all my questions. I see no reason why we shouldn't proceed. You seem much more relaxed, Mr. Wright. Good for you. Thank you, Your Honor. Because I don't feel relaxed, that's for sure. Well then. First, a question for the prosecution. Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor. As Mr. Wright just told us, the victim was struck with an object. Would you explain to the court just what that object was? The murder weapon was the statue of the Thinker. It was found lying on the floor next to the victim. I see. The court accepts it into evidence. Okay. Right. Be sure to pay attention to any evidence added during the trial. That evidence is the only ammunition you have in court. Yeah, check the court. I know. I get it. See, look, thing right there. Ta-da! Victim in this case, a model. She lived in an apartment by herself. Prosecutor for this case lacks presence, generally bad at getting his points across. Defendant in this case, a likable guy who has been my friend since grade school. Chief attorney at Fay & Co., my boss, and a very good defense attorney. Got it. Mr. Payne, the prosecution may call its first witness. The prosecution calls the defendant, Mr. Butts, to the stand. Chief, what do I do now? Pay attention. You don't want to miss any information that might help your client's case. You'll get your chance to respond to the prosecution later, so be ready. Let's just hope he doesn't say anything unfortunate. Uh-oh. Larry gets excited easily. This could be bad. It looks like Mr. Moon. Mr. Butts, is it not true that the victim had recently dumped you? Hey, watch it, buddy! We were great together! We were Romeo and Juliet, Cleopatra and Mark Antony! Didn't they all die? I wasn't dumped, she just wasn't taking my phone calls, or seeing me. Ever. What's it to you anyway? Mr. Butts, what you describe is generally what we mean by dumped. In fact, she had completely abandoned you and was seeing other men. She had just returned from overseas with one of them the day before the murder. What do you mean, one of them? Lies. All of it lies. I don't believe a word of it. Your Honor, the victim's passport. According to this, she was in Paris until the day before she died. Okay. Indeed. She appears to have returned the day before the murder. Well, let me see that fucking passport. So the Thinker is heavy. Victim apparently arrived home from Paris on 7:30, the day before the murder. Okay. Dude, no way! The victim was a model, but did not have a large income. It appears that she had several sugar daddies. Daddies? Sugar? Yes, older men who gave her money for things. She took their money and used it to support her lifestyle. Dude! We can clearly see what kind of woman this Miss Stone was. Tell me, Mr. Butts, What do you think of her now? Wait. I don't think you want him to answer that question. Yeah, Larry has a way of running his mouth all in the wrong directions. Should I stop him from answering? My client had no idea the victim was seeing other men. That question is irrelevant to the case. Dude, Nick, what do you mean irrelevant? Cheating she-dog. I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna drop dead. Yeah, and when I meet her in the afterlife, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Let's continue with the trial, shall we? I believe the accused's motive is clear to everyone. Yes, quite. Oh, boy. This is so not looking good. Next question. You went to the victim's apartment the day of the murder, did you not? Well, did you or did you not? Well, maybe I did and maybe I didn't. Uh-oh, he went. What do I do? Larry Butts, goddammit. I mean, he's got to answer. I know. I'll send him a signal. Tell the truth. Yeah, I was there. I went. Order. Well, Mr. Butts. Dude, chill. She wasn't home, man, so, like, I didn't see her. Your Honor, the defendant is lying. Lying? The prosecution would like to call a witness who can prove Mr. Butts is lying. Well, that simplifies matters. Who is your witness? The man who found the victim's body. Just before making the gruesome discovery, he saw the defendant fleeing the scene of the crime. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Payne, the prosecution may call its witness. Yes, Your Honor. This is bad. On the day of the murder, my witness was selling newspapers at the victim's building. Please bring Mr. Frank Sept to the stand. Mr. Sept, you sell newspaper subscriptions, is this correct? Oh, yes. Newspapers, yes. Mr. Sept, you may proceed with your testimony. Please tell the court what you saw on the day of the murder. Okay. I was going door to door selling subscriptions when I saw a man fleeing from an apartment. I thought he must be in a hurry because he left the door half open behind him. Thinking it's strange, I looked inside the apartment, and then I saw her lying there, a woman not moving, dead. Quailed in fright and found myself unable to go inside. I thought to call the police immediately. However, the phone in her apartment wasn't working. I went to a nearby park and found a public phone. I remember the time exactly. It was 1 p.m. The man who ran was, without a doubt, the defendant sitting right there. Why didn't you tell the truth? I can't defend you against a testimony like that. Incidentally, why wasn't the phone in the victim's apartment working? Your Honor, at the time of the murder, there was a blackout in the building. Aren't phones supposed to work during a blackout? Yes, Your Honor. However, some cordless phones do not function normally. The phone that Mr. Sept used was one of those. Your Honor, I have a record of the blackout for your perusal. Was out from noon to 6 p.m. on the day of the crime. Okay, from noon to 6. Now, Mr. Wright. Yes, yes, Your Honor. You may begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination, Your Honor? All right, Wright. This is it. The real deal. What exactly am I supposed to do? Why, you exposed the lies in the testimony the witness just gave. Lies? What? He was lying? Your client is innocent, right? And that witness must have lied in his testimony. Or is your client really guilty? How do I prove he's not? You hold the key. It's in the evidence. Compare the witness's testimony to the evidence at hand. There's bound to be a contradiction in there. First, find the contradictions between the court record and the witness's testimony. Then, once you've found the contradicting evidence, present it and rub it in the witness's face. Okay. Open the court record with the and then point out the contradictions in the testimony. So time of death is 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Oh. Okay, so wait. The building was out from noon to 6, so we're kind of fucked there. Oh boy. I saw a man fleeing an apartment. Right. Because he left the door half open behind him. Oh. It was 1 p.m. Really?
Objection!
You found the body at 1 p.m. You're sure? Yes, it was 1 p.m. for certain. Frankly, I find that hard to believe. Your statement directly contradicts the autopsy report. The autopsy notes the time of death at some time after 4 p.m. There was no body to find at 1 p.m. How do you explain this 3-hour gap? This is trivial. The witness merely forgot the time. After his testimony, I find that hard to believe. Mr. Sept, why were you so certain that you found the body at 1 p.m.? Gee, that's a really good question. Great job, right? Way to put him on the spot. That's all you have to do. Point out contradictions. Lies always beget more lies. See through one, and their whole story falls apart. Wait, I remember now. Would you care to give your testimony again? You see, when I found the body, I heard the time. There was a voice saying the time. It was probably coming from the television. Aha! You're fucked! Power's out! Oh, but it was 3 hours off, wasn't it? I guess the victim must have been watching a video of a taped program. That's why I thought it was 1 p.m. Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding. I see. You heard a voice saying the time on a taped program. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Right. You know what to do. I've got this one. Yes, I do, actually. Boom. Got him. it right there. The prosecution had said there was a blackout at the time of the discovery. And this record proves it. You couldn't have heard a television or a video. The defense has a point. Do you have any explanation for this, Mr. Sept? No, I find it quite puzzling myself. Quite. Wait, I remember now. Mr. Sept, the court would prefer to hear an accurate testimony from the very beginning. These constant corrections are harming your credibility. That, and you seem rather distraught. My apologies, Your Honor. It must have been the shock of finding the body. Very well, Mr. Sept. Let's hear your testimony one more time, please. Actually, I didn't hear the time, I saw it. There was a table clock in the apartment, wasn't there? Yeah, the murder weapon. The killer used it to hit the victim. That must have been what I saw. You saw a clock. I guess that would explain it. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Gladly. Murder weapon. Ta-da! Wait just a moment. The murder weapon wasn't a clock. It was this statue. Now, how is this supposed to be a clock? What? You with your objections and your evidence, just who do you think you are? Just answer the question, Mr. Sept. Hey, I saw it there, okay? That's a clock. Your Honor, if I may... Yes, Mr. Payne. As the witness stated, this statue is indeed a clock. The neck is a switch. You just tilt it and it says the time out loud. As it doesn't look like a clock, I submitted it as a statue. My apologies. I see. So the murder weapon was a table clock after all. Well, Mr. Wright, it appears that the witness's testimony was correct. This is a clock. Do you have any problems with this testimony now? Yes. Your Honor, there is a gaping hole in the witness's testimony. The only way he could have known the weapon was a clock is to hold it in his hand. Yet, the witness testified that he never entered the apartment. Clearly a contradiction. Indeed. The witness knew it was a clock because he... went into the apartment. You're lying. You were inside the apartment on the day of the murder. Oh yeah? Prove it. Prove I went in there. I'll do better than that. I can prove you were the one who killed her. You struck her with the clock, and the shock of the blow triggered the clock's voice. That was the sound you heard. Order in the court. Intriguing. Please continue, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Sept, the sound must have left quite an impression on you. Understandable, since the murder weapon spoke just as you hit the victim. That voice was burned into your mind. That's why you were so certain about the time. What's the meaning of this? This is all baseless conjecture. Baseless? Just look at the witness's face. Yeah. Would the witness care to elaborate? Did you strike the victim with the clock? That day, I never... Look, the clock, I heard... No, I mean, I saw... Shut up, shut up, shut up! I hate you! It was him, I tell you. I saw him. He killed her, and he should burn. Burn! Give him death! Order! Order in the court, I say. Your Honor, a moment, please. There isn't a shred of evidence supporting the defense's claims. Mr. Wright. Your Honor, you claim the sound of the witness heard came from the clock. Do you have any evidence? Whole case is riding on this. I better think it through carefully. You got hit with a toupee. Yes, I did. Your Honor, the sound Mr. Sept heard was definitely this clock. A fact which is clear if you simply... try sounding the clock? Is that what I want to do? Okay. Let's sound the clock now, here in this court. Your Honor, may I have the clock? There, John, what's going on, buddy? I asked the court to listen very carefully. I think it's 8:25. That certainly is a strange way to announce the time. Well, he is the thinker, after all. Just objecting, hell yeah. So, we've heard the clock. What are your conclusions, Mr. Wright? Mr. Payne, can you tell me what time it is now? It's 11:25. As you can see, this clock is exactly 3 hours slow. Precisely the discrepancy between what Mr. Sept heard and the actual time of death. So, Mr. Sept, try to talk your way out of this one. You forgot one thing. Uh-oh. What's he talking about now? While it may seem like that clock is running 3 hours slow, it proves nothing. How do you know it was running 3 hours slow on the day of the murder? If you can't prove that, you don't have a case. He's right. How am I going to prove that? Damn it! I was so close. Mr. Wright, it seems you lack the critical evidence to support your claim. Yes, Your Honor. This means I cannot let you indict the witness. Unfortunately, this ends the cross-examination of Mr. Frank Sept. I come all the way down here to testify, and look what happens. You treat me like a criminal. A criminal! You lawyers are all slime. I almost had him. Sorry, Larry. I failed you. Wait, what? There's nothing I can do. No. What do you mean there's nothing? That's how... what? Not so fast, Mr. Sept. Chief. Listen up, Wright. Don't throw this one away. Not like this. Think. But, Chief, it's over. I can't prove the clock was slow the day of the murder. Nobody can prove that. Well, yes. But doesn't that mean you... But that doesn't mean you can't still win. Try thinking outside of the box. Don't waste time doubting the facts. Assume the clock was 3 hours slow and think through it. Ask yourself, why was the clock 3 hours slow? Figure out the reason and you'll have your proof. Right? Can you think of a reason as to why the clock would be 3 hours slow? Yes. Wait! Maybe I can prove it. You must have evidence somewhere that can prove it, right? Find it and let them have it. Well, Mr. Wright, you say the clock was already running slow on the day of the murder. Have you found evidence to support this claim? Of course. There is a piece of evidence in the courtroom that can prove my claim beyond a doubt. Ha! Tough words. Let's see you pull this one off. Let's see this evidence that proves why the clock was running slow. Yeah, that's the only thing it can be. The victim had just returned home from abroad the day before the murder. As we all know, the time difference between here and Paris is 9 hours. When it's 4 p.m. here, it's 1 a.m. the next day there. The clock wasn't 3 hours slow, it was 9 hours fast. The victim hadn't reset her clock since returning home. That's why the time you heard when you struck her dead in her apartment was wrong. Proof enough for you, Mr. Sept? Or should I say, Mr. Did It? Oh. Order! Order, I say! Well, this case has certainly turned out differently than we all expected. Mr. Payne, your witness? He was arrested and has been taken away, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I have to say, I'm impressed. I don't think I've ever seen someone complete a defense so quickly, and find the true culprit at the same time. Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, this is only a formality, but this court finds the defendant, Mr. Larry Butts. Nice. And with that, this court is adjourned. Yeah, I'm doing good, Pib. How you been? It turns out that Frank Sept was a common burglar. He posed as a newspaper salesman to check and see when people were out of the house. That day, when Larry went to her apartment, the victim wasn't home. After he left, Mr. Sept let himself in to do his dirty work. While he was searching her place, the victim returned. Flustered, Mr. Sept grabbed the nearest blunt object he could find. Nice, okay. I still can't believe we won. Right, good job in there. Congratulations. Thanks, Chief. I owe it all to you. Not at all, not at all. You fought your own battles in there. It's been a while since I've seen a trial end on such a satisfying note. I've never seen the Chief looking this happy. If she's this glad, imagine how Larry must feel. My life is over. Larry, you're supposed to be happy. What's wrong now? Aw, Nick. Don't worry about me. I'll be dead and gone soon. Good. Wait, no. I mean, bad. Bad, bad, bad. Larry, you're innocent. The case is closed. But my Cindy Wendy's gone, man. Gone forever. Larry, she was a... Nah, never mind. Congratulations, Harry. Harry? Yes, you. I can practically see the headlines now. Harry Butts, innocent. Jesus Christ. Thanks. I really owe you one. I won't forget this ever. Let's celebrate. Dinner? Movie? My treat. Oh, no, I couldn't. Hey, I was the one who got you off the hook. Oh, hey! Here, take this. It's a present. A present? For me? Wait, wasn't this the evidence that... Actually, I made this clock for her. I made one for her and one for me. Really? You? You made this? Well, thank you. I'll keep it as a memento. Yo, Nick. Can you believe it? I was so into that chick. And she was just playing me for a fool. Don't that just make you want to cry? Larry, are you so sure? Excuse me? I think she thought quite a lot of you in her own way. Nah, you don't gotta sympathize with me. It's okay. Oh, I'm not just sympathizing, really. Isn't that right? Don't you have something to show your friend? Something that proves how she felt about him? Huh? Oh, yeah, right. What the heck is she talking about? I'm assuming the statue? Check this out, Larry. Proof positive you weren't just some chump to her. Huh? What about that clock? This is the clock you made for her, Larry. And she took it with her when she traveled. Whatever. She probably just needed a clock, that's all. You think so? It's a pretty heavy clock to take traveling. Well, make of it what you will. Hey, Nick. I'm glad I asked you to be my lawyer. Really, I am. Thanks. Hope that made him feel a little better. Right? I hope you see the importance of evidence now. Also, hopefully you realize things change depending on how you look at them. People, too. We never really know if our clients are guilty or not. All we can do is believe in them. And in order to believe in them, you have to believe in yourself. Right? Listen, learn, grow strong. Never let go of what you believe in. Never. Well, I think our work here is done. Shall we be off? Yeah, I guess so. Say, how about dinner? On me. We'll drink a toast to innocent butts. Yeah. Oh, speaking of Harry, you were saying part of why you became a lawyer was because of him. Yeah, part at least. You'll have to tell me more about it sometime. Maybe over drinks? Nice. And so, my first trial came to a close. Larry slapped me on the back and said, "Gee, Nick, it's good to have friends." But I'm pretty sure he's not going to pay us, unless you count the clock he gave Mia. I didn't know it then, but that clock was soon going to be at the center of another incident. And my promise to tell the chief about me and Larry would be one promise that I wouldn't be able to keep. Nice. Okay. Save your progress? Fuck yes. Okay. Hello, this is Maya. Hey Maya, it's me. Mia, what's up? You haven't called in a while. Sorry, I've been so busy. How have you been? Well, lonely. And it's all your fault. Nah, I'm just teasing. I've been great. I'm finally getting used to having my own place. Well, that's good to hear. Actually, I'm calling because I have a favor to ask. I know. You want me to hold evidence for you? Sharp as always. There's a lot of buzz about the upcoming trial. I just don't feel safe keeping the evidence here. I gotcha. So, what is it this time? It's a clock. A clock? Yeah, it's made to look like that statue, the Thinker, and it tells you the time. I thought you might like it. You always like toys. Hey, I'm not a little girl anymore, sis. Now, you know I'm only teasing. I should probably tell you, the clock isn't talking right now. Huh? It's not working? Well, that's lame. I had to take the clockwork out, sorry. I put some papers inside it instead. Papers? Is that the evidence then? Well, there's a possibility that it might turn out that way, yes. Can you come by the office tonight, say 9, to pick it up? I'll be in a pre-trial meeting until then. Okay, sis, but I expect dinner. Something good. Like, burgers. I could really go for a good burger. Fuck, I could really go for a good burger, too. Okay. We'll hit the usual joint. Alright, it's a deal. Okay, sis. See you soon. Yep, I'll be waiting. Maya. Oh, God, that's so beepy. Okay, conversation recorded September 5th, 9:27. Okay. Now, Miss Fay, I'll take what's mine. The papers. I'm sorry, but I can't give you what I don't have. Miss Fay, you are a poor liar. Why, I see it right over there. That must be the thinker that swallowed those papers. How could you know? You are not cogniferous. That's one hell of a word. You are not cogniferous of my background. Gathering information is my business, you see. I should have been more careful. My dear Miss Fay, I'm so very sorry. But I am afraid I must ask you for one more thing. Your eternal silence. Farewell, Miss Fay. Wow. Red, white, blue. Wait, so Chief is dead? Fuck. Uh-oh, I'm late. Huh, that's strange. Guess the Chief left without me. She said her sister was coming over, so we should all go out for dinner. What's that smell? Blood? Mia! Maybe she's in her office. Smell blood, and that can't be good. Have to check and see if Mia, the Chief's okay. Yeah, no, I get it. Office. There we go. That smell. Blood. Ugh. Sis. Someone's there. Chief? Chief! Chief! Who are you? The strange girl dropped out cold. I left her lying on the office sofa. I went back to the Chief where she lay under the window. Her body was still warm. No, that's not... You don't want to... Okay. That's a horrible picture to have when you're talking about how the body's still warm, mostly because of two very big pieces of evidence. I could feel it when I held her shoulder. Ah, sure, that's all you held, right. Then, all too quickly, it began to fade. Until finally she was cold. Chief. Okay, examine. It's encrusted with dried blood. How ironic this became the murder weapon again. It's hard seeing her like this, but if there are any clues here... She was struck on the head with a blunt object. She probably died instantly. The thinker lying next to her must have been the murder weapon. Okay. There's some glass shards near the Chief's body. Must be pieces of the glass light stand lying broken in the back of the room. Nothing else that seems like a clue here. A piece of paper. It must have fallen out from Mia's hand. What could it be? Ah! A word is written in blood on this scrap of paper. Maya? Did Mia write this? This piece of paper is a receipt from a department store dated yesterday. I think that's enough snooping around for now. Better call the police and find out what that girl was doing here. Chief's chair. A simple functional design. Feels pretty good to sit in, too. Why are we sitting in the chief's chair when she just died? It's a large building right across from the office. The Gatewater Hotel, a nice luxurious place. It's painful to look, but I have to, for Mia's sake. Yeah, we got that. Probably died instantly. Okay. I'm just trying to check everything off, that's all. Oh, there we go. Right. I better call the police. That's funny. A few of the screws on the receiver are missing. Looks like someone was halfway through taking it apart. Police? Please, come quick! What was that? Someone screaming from outside the window? Whoa. She's staring right at me. She's holding a phone in her hand. Bay & Co. ledger book. Everything is written in the chief's ultra-neat handwriting. A small office, but it makes a good bit of money. Surprisingly, the chief was never good with machines. Not all she used this PC for was email. She picked up this ancient model at some garage sale for practically nothing. Perfectly normal office desk. Chief had a very particular policy about office decor. Spend big on the stuff clients use, but keep your own stuff simple. All the chief's important documents are packed in here. This is where she filed her case records and recent rulings. Phone receiver's missing a few screws. I better not use it. Okay. I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah. I think it is, yeah. That girl just now, where'd she go? I put her right there on that sofa. Uh-oh. I hope she didn't run on me. Don't scare me like that. Excuse me, but who are you? It's okay, I work here. Maya Fey. Maya Fey? Maya? So Mia was writing this girl's name. Maybe I should show her the receipt? I never thought there'd be a use for evidence like this outside the courtroom. Nope. Before Mia died, she wrote a message with her own blood. She wrote it on the back of this receipt. Huh? That's my name! Why? Why would she write my name? Please, just calm down. Why would my sis write my name? Uh-oh. Now I've done it. Police! Sounds like they're coming this way. Freeze! Police! All right, I'm Detective Dick Gumshoe, see? Gumshoe? What an odd name. We received a report from the building across the way, see? Got a person saying they saw a murder. Must have been that woman I saw. Anyway, I don't want either of you moving 1 inch, okay? Great, just great. Maya, wait. She wouldn't have... Nah. Whoa! Excuse me? This word, Maya here, mean anything to you? Of course. That's my name. What? The victim drew this here note in her own blood, see? With her dying breath, she wrote down the killer's name. Killer? I'm not... Case closed. You're coming with me down to the precinct, ma'am. What? Mia's younger sister, Maya, was arrested on the spot. I was taken in for questioning and didn't get out until the next morning. My eyes were heavy, but I couldn't sleep. I sat around waiting for visiting hours to begin at the detention center. I had to talk to Maya as soon as possible. Wow, they have poor Maya locked up like a criminal. Oh! It's you, the lawyer. Good morning. Good morning. She looks so tired. Are you going to be my attorney? Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Of course I will. First things first, I better get her cheered up. Yeah, of course I will. Cheer up. Really? Whoa, did I say the wrong thing? She looks even sadder now. What's wrong? You don't think I can do it? No, no one could. Who would believe me? Even you, when you found me in the office, you looked at me like I had done it. Did I look at her like that? No, I never thought... It's okay, I understand. And I've also heard about you. Heard? Heard what about me? I was talking to my sister on the phone the other day. Oh boy. Today was my junior partner's first time in court. Wow, really? How'd that go? It was quite the scene. Honestly, I was on edge the whole time. It's been a while. Ha! So he crashed and burned? He's a genius. One of those strike fear into the hearts of evil types. The only thing he's lacking is experience. Huh. Sounds like it was fun. Well, I know who to go to if I ever get in trouble now. I don't know, Maya. I think you might want to wait. Give him 3 more years. That is, unless you want to be found guilty. Bitch! That's what she said. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. No, it's okay. It's true, I guess. But at the same time, I can't just sit by and watch. When I think of the person who did that, I know... Jesus. Guard monitors the visitor's room. Hasn't moved an inch. Real pro. Smile for the camera. There's something I've been wanting to ask you. Yes? What's with the outfit? Oh, this? This is what all acolytes wear. It's my uniform, you could say. Acolytes? Like people in religious training. What is it you do? Oh, it's nothing strange, really. I'm a spirit medium in training. Nothing strange. Really? A spirit medium? Pretty sure that qualifies as strange. So you're an acolyte, medium in training. That's right. The Fae family, especially the women, have always been very sensitive to the spirit world. Wait a second, you said the Fae family? So Mia was into this stuff too? Of course! She left the mountain to follow her career, she said. Her powers were first class too. I had no idea. Wait! What? So, you're a real honest-to-goodness spirit medium, with ESP and all that? Yes, in training. Well, can't you contact Mia's spirit then? We can just ask her who killed her. Huh. I'm sorry. I'm still in training. Couldn't do something on that level. I thought that would be too easy. Could you tell me about the day of the murder? Yes. Let's see. That morning, I got a call from my sister. She wanted me to hold on to a piece of evidence for an upcoming trial. Evidence? Yes, that clock shaped like the Thinker. The one Larry made. How could that have been evidence in a case? Right. She said something about that. I remember. Do you want to hear it in her own voice? Her own voice? Yes. I'm pretty sure our conversation is on my cell phone. You recorded it? Yeah. I forgot how to delete those things. So, you say you have a conversation with your sister on your cell phone. Let's hear it. Right. Oh. I just remembered that detective took my cell phone. Sorry. Oh, right. Of course. Next time I see Detective Gumshoe, I'll ask him for it. I'll write you a note so you don't forget, okay? Sure, thanks. Huh? Something the matter? I was wondering, could I ask you a favor? Huh? This is the address of a famous lawyer. My sister gave me this a long time ago. She said if I was ever in trouble, I should call him. And, well, I'm in trouble. Do you think you could go ask him to represent me? What do you guys think? What are we thinking, chat? Accept, huh? Sure, why not? I'll go ask. Yes, accept. Fair enough. Totally fair. Refuse? Oh god. Well, we've already crossed that threshold. Thank you so much. I have no one else to turn to. Huh? Say, what about your parents? I see. Don't worry, leave it to me. Thank you. The trial's tomorrow at 10. What? Tomorrow? Tomorrow. What if this guy refuses? They told me that if I don't find one, the state will pick an attorney to defend me. When will that happen? They're giving me until 4 this afternoon. Visiting hours are almost up. I'd better hurry. Right, I'll be back. Grossberg, I'm assuming? Well, hang on. Yeah, it has to be Grossberg, right? Oh, shit, I completely missed that. Could you tell me about the day of the murder? Sorry, I know it must be hard. No, it's okay. All I've been doing the last few hours is talking about it. I've kind of gotten used to it. Let's see. That morning, I got a call from my sister. She wanted me to hold on to a piece of evidence for an upcoming trial. That's the thinker clock Larry made. It practically qualifies as a serial murderer by now. So, then when did you arrive at the office? It was right around 9. The lights were off and I could smell blood. Then I found her, my sister. Thanks, Maya. That's all I need to hear for now. Okay. Now we're done. So... now I move? It's gotta be Grossberg, right? Because she said this is the name of a famous lawyer if I ever get in trouble. And it's not us. According to the receptionist, the big boss is out. She couldn't say when he'd be back. Must be hard to keep track of everything when you're a famous lawyer. Not to mention run an office like this. You show... no, I didn't. That's why I was asking. I guess I'll just have to come back later. Table for clients. An elegant ebony case. And if I'm not mistaken, that lighter is made of solid gold. Even I can tell someone here's got money to burn. An expensive potted plant. No idea what kind of plant it is, but it's probably the most expensive one available. Is there a way? There is a way to save. Okay, good. Good. Because what we'll do is we'll call it here for tonight, because sadly it is that time. But I will say, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, pretty good. It is, I know, but it's that time. It is that time. So, yeah. But I do want to thank everybody for hanging out tonight. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for watching. We had a bunch of awesome people tonight. We had Sophia. We had Medicine. We had Spectre. We had Aelin. Corgi was here. We had Pib. And it's good to see you, Pib. Hope you're doing well, buddy. We also had Fafo. We had Spice Boy. Can't forget Spice Boy. And, yeah, just, we had a lot of amazing, amazing people tonight. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I really, really appreciate it. We also had Sober coming in for 40 months. My God, thank you so much, Sober. And I hope you're feeling well, buddy. But that is it for me for now. I will be back later on today. But until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, great start to your weekend, and Medicine specifically. Have yourself a great and a safe flight. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you all later on. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Have yourselves a good night. Oh, also, we had DM. Can't forget DM. Thank you for being here, DM. Always appreciate you being here, and glad you're enjoying the streams. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have yourselves a good one. I'm out. Bye, guys.